Hi everyone, good morning and welcome to the 4th YAI Northeast Regatta 2026. This is day 1 of sailing and very soon we are going to be underway with the first race being the Optimist sailing. As you can see, it's 1 minute to go for the race committee to start the race. The conditions out here are really tough. It's blowing, it's 15 knots and above, so interesting race coming up with a lot of hiking from the young sailors. And closely right after that we will be having Ilka 6 class of boat which will start their race. So the racing format is fleet racing, and it is good. And here we go, the race has started. Not many sailors on the line and tough condition out here. You can see how much the young kids have to hike. This is fleet racing for Optimist. The race is underway and the conditions are tough out here for these sailors. So just two sailors opting to start from the committee, which is pretty interesting to see with the fleet size of 15 to 20 boats. You can see how much these kids have to hike, and it's a lot of work today for these young sailors. So right now it does look like the right might pay, but it is all going to be about how much you can hike, and most likely there are a lot of gust patches that these Opti sailors need to find. We are sailing at Umiam Lake in Shillong. The place is extremely beautiful. And as you can see now, you can see the fleet opting to go right of the course. As I think rightly so, there is a lot of pressure there, but as I can see, the course is pretty long for these Opti sailors. So at the moment there is a lot of pressure patches in between, because there are quite a few hills around, so it does create Bernoulli effect, which as you can see behind, a lot of these sailors are struggling with the wind, and right now the top fleet has decided to tack and go on the right to make use of the pressure. So the idea or the key for Opti sailors should be to go a bit right, play the course on the right, and then tack and come to the middle where there is a lot of pressure and good wind. There are a lot of dark patches that I can see from here, from a top view. And closely after that, Ilka 6 will be launching. So it's going to be a tough race for these kids, but an interesting watch for all of us. And in this event, even in Northeast Regatta, we have international sailors who are taking part from Malaysia, Sri Lanka, India, Russia, and many other countries. So the fleet is of international standard. We also have international jury who will be watching the race and making sure the sailors are sailing fair. Apart from that, the international race officer is from India, but has been an international race officer around the world. So overall event is highly regarded in the sailing community, and we have the best of the best sailing out here. You can see how much work these Opti kids have to put in. They are flat out and trying to hike, and this fleet has a mix of boys and girls. So you can see the top Opti kids opting to go all the way right to the starboard ley line and would approach from the right hand side of the course, which does seem like is the right choice. You can see how dark the water is, which indicates a good pressure out there for these sailors to opt for. At the moment it does look like an Indian sailor is leading the pack, with 1617 being Krishna from the Royal Madras Yacht Club, and Yeah, even as of now, I can see only one Malaysian sailor, 902, who has been the top sailor from Malaysia, opting to go left with Krishna to the windward of him. So a lot of hiking required from these young sailors to keep the boat flat and powering the boat. At the moment, the Malaysian sailor looks fast. I think he is in a pressure patch, and he's making the most of it. Here we have a better angle to see how the racing is. So as you can see, there is one boat on the right of the course, whereas the top sailors are opting to be in the middle and playing the middle right. So interesting to see different strategies being used by these young sailors. And the top two definitely will have a good race out there. So it's going to be a loop. In heavy winds, often you require a lot of physical strength to be able to race. Now I can see the wind is actually increased a lot more, and the gust would be close to 25 knots, which is a lot. I mean, it's going to be a tough challenge for the Ilka 6 sailors as well as the Opti fleet. A lot of Opti sailors struggling at back of the fleet. So I can see a lot of DNFs coming up in this race. So really brutal conditions out there for the young sailors. It's really tough, and it's going to test the testament of all these kids. The course is also really long. The beat itself is about 15 to 20 minutes, so a lot of hiking required from these sailors. And at the moment, the fleet is opened up. It's quite a spread out here, right from beat 1. So yeah, I mean, a lot of kids struggling at the back of the fleet because these conditions are extremely challenging. So only the best sailors would be able to round the mark in the top. So here the key is to sail fast and sail strong. You need a lot of hiking to keep the boat flat. Also an optimist, even if you try pulling the kicker much, it does not really help. It's unlike the Ilka 6 or Ilka 7 boats where you can play the kicker to help you out. So tough conditions for the Opti sailors. But as of now, I can see one boat who will be leading the pack. And clearly the top 3 and 4 sailors will be far ahead of the fleet. The fleet has just opened up on the upwind itself. So a lot of interesting race that is going to happen in the mid fleet. Because there are quite a few sailors who are still close to one another, but the top sailors are just going to be far ahead. And the conditions are so tough that few of the Opti sailors are struggling out there, and it's going to be a challenge for the race committee as well as the safety boats in and around, who are going to be, as I can hear from the radio, that a lot of safety boats are being deployed to ensure the safety of these young sailors. The conditions are tough. Few of them are drifting back towards the start line. So it's going to be really tough for these sailors, especially if you don't have experience of sailing in heavy wind conditions. This race could be a challenge. But at the moment, there is one sailor who looks like who's approaching the windward mark. But I mean, on land it feels like it is blowing about 20, but I think on water it must be close to 15 to 18 knots out there. You can clearly see how much these sailors have to hike to keep the boat flat. And here is where the top sailors really open up from the fleet. It is not easy to sail heavy wind conditions. And clearly here the fleet from the right is gaining. So most sailors opting to go right. So you can see the Malaysian sailor. The sailor from port tack is bailing out water while sailing. So nice and interesting to see. He is able to keep the boat that flat where he is able to bail out water while sailing the beat, which is a rare sight. So clearly he is in control and will be able to round in the top 3. So at back of the fleet, a lot of these young sailors are struggling to even make it to the windward mark. So it's going to be a long race for them. Whereas the top sailors are now approaching the windward mark. A lot of tactical play going on between the top sailors. A lot of them opting to go right because right is more favorable. At the moment, the port tack sailors are more on a header sailing towards the starboard ley line. Here we have a better view. We can see one sailor on the right hand side clearly leading the fleet. And I can see a lot of support boat and support staff now rushing to ensure the safety of these young sailors. We have quite a few safety boats out there, and the challenge for them would be to keep an eye on each and every sailor on the race course. Meanwhile, we can see one sailor who is clearly dominating the fleet from the left hand side. He is approaching the starboard ley line and will soon enough tack and approach the windward mark. He has good 10 boat length lead right on the upwind itself. So now we are approaching the windward mark, and let's see if we can zoom into the mark to see who is rounding on the top.
ये थोड़ा zoom करने बोलना mark पे.
So here we have the first boat round close to the windward mark, tacking away. I think it is India number 1 who is approaching the windward mark, closely followed by the Malaysian sailor. So here we have attacking game going on between the first 2 boats to reach the windward mark. And here we go. I think sail number 1639 from India has just rounded the windward mark and will be going to the offset mark. He has a good boat. He has good 5 to 6 boat length distance from the second boat, so clearly leading the fleet and approaching the windward offset mark. With that, he has rounded the offset mark and will go on the downwind leg now. So he has good lead, but he needs to ensure that he is able to. And he has put his center boat so up. It is going to be difficult. If he gets a pressure patch, he can capsize. So I mean, it is a tough choice. His center board is too far up, is what I feel. And one bad gust and he will capsize. But clearly at the moment he does look in control. So he is opting to put his center board as high as possible to reduce friction. But he is closely followed by the Malaysian sailor, and often and not the Malaysian sailors are good on downwind legs. So it will be interesting to see if the second sailor is able to catch up with the fleet. So now you can see the mid pack approaching the windward mark. They are closely racing and are together. So the downwind stretch is going to be very interesting. Here we can see the first boat up ahead, but closely followed by the Malaysian sailor. So the Malaysian sailor sailing really well out there and catching up with the first boat. Still there is a difference of 2 to 3 boats, but the Malaysian sailor is clearly fast. So on downwind leg it would be important to find the pressure patches, and often and not you have to look back to find where the gust streams are. So the idea is to reach a gust stream as soon as possible and take advantage of those gust patches. Here the Indian sailor is trying to cover up and trying to be between the second boat and the mark. I think he has finally found a pressure patch and is moving much faster than what he was. So it is important to constantly look back and find where the new pressure is going to come from. But the Malaysian sailor is really quick. So downwind is where the Indian sailor is struggling when compared to his competitor from Malaysia. And here you can see the third sailor also quickly catching up with the top two. So he is way faster than the first two and is able to plane in these conditions. You can often or not see the third boat planing and catching up with the first two boats. And with no time, the Malaysian sailor has been able to catch up with the first boat, and even the third boat is catching up with him. So it's going to be an interesting fight out there at the leeward mark. And once again, the Indian sailor opting to put a centerboard up as high as possible to reduce the friction. I mean, it is really tricky to sail with centerboard being so high up. But as I can notice, these sailors are not really pumping that much. They are not changing the sail shape much. So here we have a sailor, a girl sailor behind, and she has a good lead from the other boats out there. So she has good 5 to 6 boat lengths and is at the 4th position at the moment. But a good fight going on between the top 3. The third boat has been able to catch up with the first 2, and it's going to be really tough for the first sailor from India, Krishna, to be able to hold his position. With that, we have the Ilka 6 sailors also on the course who are now approaching the windward mark, which is a black mark further ahead of the Opti windward mark. The wind now feels like is going down compared to when we started the race. So let's see if we can follow the top 3 boats. It's going to be interesting, but the fleet itself has opened up a lot more. So Krishna still being able to hold his lead at the moment. He will quickly now try to come in and close the gap between the second boat and the mark up ahead. He would want to ensure that he does not have to give any room at the mark. So a lot of tactical play out there for the top 3. Whereas the third boat is now covering the Malaysian sailor who is in second, which is making it difficult for the Malaysian sailor to be able to fight with Krishna. Krishna has just got a lot more speed. He was able to utilize the pressure patches and has clearly opened up from the other 2 sailors. So it is becoming little comfortable for the first sailor out there. But a close race between second and third, and the third sailor opting to go from the outside, which is going to be difficult. He first needs to establish an overlap on the second sailor to be able to windward the sailor up. We also have the jury closely monitoring the race and ensuring that it is fair. So the top 3 sailors really have opened up from the fleet. They are good 10-15 boat lengths ahead of the next sailor. So here you can see the jury now moving towards the next course to be able to see others race. And here's the jibe from the first sailor. Finally he has opted to jibe and will be rounding the mark first. So he is able to maintain his lead, whereas the second boat has lost out to the first boat. Here we have Krishna, who has rounded the leeward mark and has got onto the beat, but closely followed by the second and third sailor. So the top 3 clearly have to fight it out on this upwind. The second sailor, being smart, has decided to go on the right right side of the course and will definitely gain an advantage. He's flat out there and ensuring that his boat is fast. Oh, that's a bad tack, and this will allow the first sailor to be able to cross him. So it's going to be a tactical game out there for the first three to fight it out. So it will all depend on how flat you can keep your boat and take an advantage of all the gust. Right now it does look like port tack is favorable and is taking you closer to the windward mark. So it does look like they are sailing a lift towards the right, which is the right strategy. I don't think this... Oh, okay, the third sailor has also opted to tack now and sail in clear wind. So the top three clearly have decided to go right side of the course, but in my opinion they shouldn't go too far off because of the landscape in and around. It will make it difficult for them to sail back into the course. If they go too far out right, it will head for them. So it would be best if they could try and sail in between. Here you can see Ilka 6 sailor capsize and struggling to recover. The sailor, they would capsize again. So the mistake that the sailor is making is that they need to first loosen the kicker. If they don't loosen the kicker, it does become really tough for them to... Now to get back racing is going to be super difficult for the sailor, but here you can see the other Opti kids struggling. They need to bail. I think the sailors 1-6, 1-7 capsize and has to work hard to bail out all the water before he can get going again. You can see the mark rounding from Ilka 6 sailor. Look at this visual. It is brutal out there for these Ilka 6 sailors. Here the hiking technique is not the best, but the sailor is able to flatten the boat a bit. Oh, you can see a lot more capsizes out here. The wind is extremely high and it is tough out there for these sailors. Especially for Opti, you have to bail a lot of water. So often and not, we used to call it the bathtub, because once you capsize, it has enough water where you can bathe in it. So you have to bail a lot of water, and which tires the sailor much more than sailing the boat. So whereas in a Ilka 6 you can recover quickly and get going right away. If you open your auto bailer and sail a reach, the boat has enough speed where it can automatically bail out water. So that being a key difference between the two. Wow, tough conditions out there for these sailors. Here are the top two Ilka sailors who have rounded the leeward mark and have to now hike it out till the windward mark. So it's going to be really tough for these sailors. You can see how flat they need to keep the boat. And the Malaysian sailor in second has decided to tack and go towards the right, which does look like the right strategy. So at the moment, Ilka 6 sailors and Optimist sailors are on the same race course, and it's going to make it challenging for the sailors to keep clear of one another. Let's see if we can find the top three Optimist sailors. They were all together, so right now they must be on the upwind leg. So here you can see how flat you need to keep your boat to be able to power it and be able to catch up with the fleet, and even to go around the course is difficult. I'm sure by end of today all these sailors will be extremely tired and will have a really good sleep. If you notice, most of the sailors are either capsizing or struggling to even sail the upwind. So here you can notice that it is brutal out there for these young kids. But you know, heavy wind conditions always requires you to be mentally strong. than physically strong, because physically you will get tired after some time, and it's only the mental push which will keep you going. So you need to be headstrong to keep racing. Here you can see the top Opti sailors now going for their second rounding of the windward mark. They are on leg 2 of race 1 of the fleet racing at the 4th Northeast Regatta. So unlike the ISL, we
यार ये तुम लोग ने जो लोगो लगाया आईएसएल का वो निकाल दो। हाँ वो निकाल दे, वो देखो नॉर्थ ईस्ट रेगाटा का लगाना पड़ेगा।
So yes, we are at the 4th YAI Northeast Regatta. This is the 4th edition of this beautiful regatta. We are sailing at Omyam Lake in Meghalaya, and a beautiful place to be sailing. And we are at day 1 of racing. At the moment, we have a fleet race going on for the Optimist sailors as well as Ilka 6. This is race 1. And the wind conditions are extremely strong. It is between 20 to 22 knots. It is gusting close to 25. So really tough conditions out there for these sailors. And as you can see on the coast, a lot of these young sailors are struggling with this wind condition. It is tough. It is tough for these sailors to sail this. So at the moment we are on the second leg of the first race. The sailors are going for the upwind mark rounding, and this is the second beat. Here are the visuals for top 3 Ilka sailors approaching the windward mark. It's a long course. The race is roughly about 1 hour for these kids. So it is 1 hour of hard work that they need to put in to be able to get their positions. In this race so far, we have seen the fleet has spread out, and the sailors on the back are struggling. So often and not, these Optimist kids are capsizing, and I think by end of race 1 we will have a lot of sailors who would retire and head back to land because they will not be able to sail in these brutal conditions. Whereas the top sailors are showing their mettle and right now approaching the windward mark. So here you can see the top Ilka sailors now approaching the windward mark. We also have the top Opti sailor approaching the windward mark. So the top Opti sailor right now in this fleet is India number 1 Krishna, who is approaching the windward mark and has good lead. Oh, actually it is the Malaysian sailor who has been able to take advantage. So right now it's not very clear, but pretty soon I will confirm who is up ahead. So I think Krishna did mess up somewhere. His centerboard seems high up, which I mean he is struggling with something. So something not right, I think. So I think his sail ties have opened up, because of which he is struggling to sail the beat. And the Malaysian sailor, clearly doing really well in these conditions, is approaching the windward mark and will have a good lead going into this race. So it is really important to have really good setup. Here the Malaysian sailor is rounding the mark and he will have a clear lead over his competitors. So it's going to be an easy victory as long as he is able to keep the boat upright. He will win the race. And here you can see the Ilka 6 sailors now approaching the windward mark and will be going ahead for their. So the first sailor has rounded and will be going down to finish the race. So the first sailor is from India. The second sailor, sail number 17, is also from India. These are Ilka 6 men who are rounding the mark and now will be heading towards the finish. So it is 2-loop race with that, let's see if the Opti kids have rounded. So a lot of sailors capsizing in these conditions and finding it difficult to go through the course. A lot of work for the rescue team. Here you can see the sail is out. The Opti kid is struggling. The rescue boat needs to go and somehow collect the sail. The kid really struggling out there. So tough challenge for the safety team as well. And a lot of sailors struggling out there in these conditions. So here you can see how a rescue is being taken care by the OA. So they first need to secure the sail, and then they will, I think, tie the safety line to the boat and will ensure that they take the boat back to land. Or if the sailor agrees, then they might actually just put the sail back up and help the sailor get back into the race for the second race. Meanwhile, the other Optimist boats have rounded the mark and now on the downwind leg going for the finish. The first Opti boy has significant lead and will comfortably finish first in this race. Meanwhile, the Ilka 6 sailors are now approaching the downwind mark, and after that they will head for finish. So tough race out there. I think they will be having 3 races in the morning, and post that we will have Ilka 4 boats that will go out racing. So let's see if we can go towards the bottom mark to see what's happening near the leeward mark, near close to the finish.
ये दूसरा कैमरा एंगल देना नीचे का. हाँ.
So here you can see the Opti boys rounding the mark and now will be heading down towards the finish. So this is the mid fleet. You can see Sri Lankan sailor, Indian sailor and Malaysian sailor out there. Beautiful visual.
Bottom mark.
So here you can see the blue flag is up. The race committee is ready to finish the race. So definitely boats approaching the finish line. Let's see if we can zoom out to see finishes. Camera team doing an excellent job even in these weather conditions. We are unfortunately not able to fly our drone to see a top view, but here you can see the sailors now on downwind leg trying to keep the boat stable. The key here is to put your weight back and be able to change your sail angle in order to be able to catch the gust and sail fast. You need to plane your boat to be able to sail as fast as possible. So interesting conditions out here for these young sailors. Very challenging, very brutal, and even after first race they'll be extremely tired. And imagine if they have to do 3 races. They need to hike, they need to ensure that they are able to keep that momentum going in the race 2 and 3. So tough conditions. So I think here you can see the first Malaysian sailor from the girls leading the pack for the Opti girls. So here the kids are approaching the finish line. Meanwhile, the top 3 Opti sailors are close to finish. So let's see if we can see the finish line.
Finish line पे जाओ तो. हाँ ये ठीक है.
So here you can see on the right there is the finish line. The top Ilka sailors have finished their race and are having a break. So advantage in sailing is that if you finish the race early, you do get a break. So yeah, and if you finish behind, it is a struggle. It just, the fatigue keeps adding up because you don't get enough time before the next race starts. So the incentive to finish early is to be able to get a break, and this tends to happen especially during tough conditions and heavy winds, where the top sailors are able to finish way ahead of the fleet and often and not get a chance to take a break. This you can often see in Hyderabad when we sail out there. The winds are high, the top sailors even come back to land and take a break while the other sailors. So now there will be 10 minutes for the other boats to finish. Oh, we finally have a top angle. I don't know how the crew has managed to get this. I think they are flying a drone, but beautiful visual out here. You can see how nicely these boats are approaching the finish line. You can see Ilka 6 planing and coming in hot to the finish line. It looks extremely beautiful. And here the Ilka 6 sailor finishes. Meanwhile, the Opti boat also looks extremely fast on a reach. You can see how quickly an Opti boat is approaching the finish line. So with this, you can imagine what is the wind speed and how tough it is out here for these sailors. And with that, what a close finish for the Ilka 6 sailors. Very close, just a half boat length difference, but the outer boat would have finished ahead of the inner boat. So wow, you can see this visual. It looks so beautiful, the race course from here. With that, you can also see how many boats are struggling. This is the back of the fleet. Few sailors still capsizing and bailing out water. So tough out there for these kids. So the first, if I'm not wrong, was from Malaysia, sail number 902. He sailed a brilliant race. He was consistent in his performance and had the advantage of the right setup. So it is important in Optimus, when you are rigging your sail, you need to tie your sail ties really tight and ensure that they are intact, because in these conditions often and not the sail ties open up, and with that it becomes really difficult to have the right shape to be able to sail the race the way you want. Once the bottom sail ties open up, the sail becomes too loose, and with that it becomes really difficult to sail an upwind, especially on the Optimist. Whereas in Ilka 6, the trick is to use your boom wang wisely and also use your outhaul wisely. So with this, the race 1 has come to an end. The mid fleet is still finishing. You can see the capsize near the leeward mark. So tough condition out there for these kids. But yeah, we'll just quickly take a break and we'll be back soon for the race 2 of Optimist and Ilka 6 sail. This is the Northeast Regatta, the 4th edition, and what a brilliant way to start this event. This is your host Avyanyu. I am an international and national medalist in the sport of sailing, and I've sailed most of these classes, so I will be back for race 2 to be your eyes and ears out here at the Northeast Regatta. Stay tuned. Race 2 coming up soon. Hello, everyone, and we are back for race 2 at the 4th YA Northeast Regatta 2026. This is your host Abhimanyu Panwar, and here we can see 4 minutes to go. We will be starting with the Optimist Sailors, followed by Ilka 6 Sailors. So the first race was challenging for all these sailors out there. The wind has been really strong. We have good 18 to 20 knots with gust going up to 25. So right now there have been a lot of rescue work done by the organizing authority. Commendable job by the safety team to ensure each and every sailor is secure. Meanwhile, the top sailors have performed and shown their mettle in the first race with a lot of hiking and tactics required to understand where the new pressures are coming from. So good sailing out there by the top sailors. The first in Opti sailors was the Malaysian sailor, followed by the Indian sailor. So it will be interesting to see if the Indian sailor can make a comeback. The India number 1 finishing second because of the wrong setup. It's going to start now. The next race, yes. The second race is going to start now. In 2 minutes it's going to start. It is from the right, they will come all the way up and they will go down. So a lot of viewers out there asking us how does the race work. So a lot of spectators, which is the best part about sailing at Umiam Lake. The viewers on land can spectate the race all the way through. So with that, there is 1 minute to go for the Opti sailors. At the moment, not many Opti sailors on the line. So clearly few of them strategically trying to place their boat behind and will power through in the last 15 to 20 seconds. The line is quite big and a lot of the sailors opting to be behind the start line. Rightly so. So last 30 seconds to go for the Opti sailers to start. You can see a lot of Opti sailers now approaching the start line.
ये उसको कैमरा राइट पैन करने के लिए बोल थोड़ा.
So with that, we have the race started for the Opti sailors. Good start out there from the committee. So tough condition out there. You can see how flat these sailors need to hike to ensure that the boat it remains flat and fast. Right now, a lot of the sailors opting to be on the starboard tack and approach the course in the middle, whereas a lot of the top sailors have tacked and are going towards the right. They would be trying to get the first pressure from the right and quickly come back into the course in middle. So this start was a lot better than the first start that we saw. Lot more sailors on the line and have started well. So here you can see a sailor to watch out is 1689 as well as 1639 who have consistently performed in the Indian circuit. So now a lot of sailors opting to go right of the course. The strategy is there is a lot more pressure on the right, as even I can see from the land that there are a lot of pressure patches on the right, and it will be the key to tactically reach these pressure points and take advantage of these. Meanwhile, you can also see the jury closely monitoring the race to ensure that everything is fair. We have international jury on water with a lot of support from the national juries. So Opti sailing is really tough, especially when the wind becomes high. It is important to stay flat, hike as much as possible, and at the same time also use your upper body. It is a lake sailing. Often and not there are not many swells, but it does become choppy, and to counter the choppy conditions, you have to use your upper body to make sure that the hull, when it's impacting the water, is above, which helps to get much better speed.
हाँ रेस स्टार्ट हो चुका है भाई.
Just behind, if you see, the Ilka 6 sailors are also gearing up for their start. They have 4 minutes to go. Meanwhile, the Opti sailors this time around in this race are much better. I think the wind has reduced a bit, which has allowed all these sailors to be much closer than the previous time. Last race, we did notice the fleet opening up right from the start. We had the fleet which was spread out, but this time around it is much better. A lot of thought and feedback would have been given from the coaches to these young sailors to ensure that they have a better race this time around. As you can see behind, a lot of Opti sailors struggling. I think one of their equipment broke. With that, this fleet has a lot more mix. They have both boys and girls racing together. So how this works is we have 2 loops. Right now the sailors are doing their first upwind leg and approaching the windward mark. So the course is pretty long. The race is roughly around 1 hour, and 1 hour is a lot of time for these young sailors to be hiking. The beat itself is about 15 to 20 minutes. So if you see here, we have a much better view of the whole fleet. This time a lot of sailors opting to be in the middle of the course rather than going all the way right, and I think that is a good strategy because in the middle there is a lot of pressure that is coming from the right, which these sailors can take advantage of. And because of in Umiam, unlike other places in India, we have hills all around the course, so the water body is covered with a lot of hills, because of which there are a lot of pressure patches which get created depending on the angle of the wind. So it is extremely important for these sailors to catch hold of the best pressure points and sail lifts in. So right now, so at the moment, right of the course is favoring these sailors, and pretty soon I will have more people joining me in the commentary box. Right now the Opti kids are all together, and this time around the race is much better as all the sailors are together, unlike the first time. In the first race we saw the fleet spread out a lot more, and the race was between just the top 3 boys, but this time the wind has reduced a bit and become better.
It's Captain Jaiswal, the international judge, part of jury, not owner of the team.
So now, just to accompany me in this beautiful race, we have Captain Jaiswal, who is joining us, and he himself is the international jury, part of the international jury that is monitoring this race. And it's on. Who will be joining me here, giving his thoughts on the racing. He will be the international jury on second half of the day. Right now he is here to help me out with the commentary. Welcome aboard, sir.
Hi, good morning.
So
Hi, good morning.
Hey, the second mic is on kya? I have switched it on from here. Can you just check?
यहाँ से तो मैंने ऑन किया, he has to switch it on.
Yes, to switch it on.
अच्छा नीचे से था क्या? Welcome aboard, sir, and here we can see the race 2 of the Optimus going on.
Hi, good morning. I'm Captain Tribhuvan Jaiswal, international judge, and presently part of this international jury for the 4th Northeast Regatta. And like you were saying, yes, today there's a very, very strong breeze and also some gusts which are, I think, exceeding 12 to 15 knots, which is looking very challenging because the boats on the water they are opties, kids, and as you can see, I think the boats are flying actually.
Yes, sir, rightly said. And unlike the race one, the wind has reduced a bit in the race two, which has helped all these optic kids to be much closer than the race one. Race one, we had a spread all around. The top three sailors were clearly far ahead. And here you can see in mid-pack, we have a lot of sailors challenging one another. So in these conditions, sir, as a international jury, right, what are a few things that you're trying to watch out for on the course?
What happens is on water, what we have is the rule 42. Certain things which the sailors are allowed. Now, as a sailor on a sailboat, you are expected to move the boat only with the help of the wind and the waves. You're not supposed to do any external forces or even your own body force applied to rock the boat or move it forward. So when the rule 42 is applicable on water, what we do is we are looking for sailors to make it even, that everybody sails evenly and fairly. In case somebody is trying, some sailor is not exactly moving fast and is trying to do something with arms or trying to push it with its leg or trying to do a little tack or jibe extra. But those conditions happen when the winds are a little lighter. And I know.
So now we have, sorry sir, just to cut you off, we have the first sailor rounding the windward mark and approaching the offset mark. Sail number 1820 clearly having at least 10 boat lengths lead, and closely will be followed by the Sri Lankan and the Malaysian sailor. So it is good to see that we have a lot of international sailors racing this event as well. They had come for the Indian Sailing League and have continued their journey here to sail in the 4th YA Northeast Regatta 2026. So this is taking the regatta to an international standard altogether, with international fleet, international judges like you, and international race officers. So a really good regatta for these young sailors to learn and improve.
Yeah, very rightly said. Actually, what happens is when the sailors are just sailing within the club or within a couple of clubs, or even when you have a national event and there's no exposure from outside, so one gets used to each other's way of sailing, the way or the capability of sailing. But when you have a mix of sailors from different countries, that's what happens when people go and sail abroad, or you have international sailors coming into India and sailing. That's much more better exposure kind of a thing to our sailors, local sailors. Yes, of course, you can call it an international regatta, but the benefit goes to the sailor to learn from the sailors who are outside, because they are under a different kind of a coach. They sail in different conditions. They have a way of sailing. So when our sailors look at them, and especially the young ones at the opti stage, they really get to learn much more when they're sailing with a mix of sailors from different countries. Now you see here in this strong winds, there's a jury boat quite close to the opti boats,
yes,
a group of boats. Now what happens is, as I was mentioning, that RRS 42 is primarily for ensuring that everybody sails only with the wind power and the waves. Now there are certain rules within RS 42 where you can utilize the waves for something, when you can pull a sheet for once for planing your boat, etc. So the task primarily for the jury there is to see that nobody is breaching those rules there, and make it fair and simple for everybody. In case somebody is breaking a rule which is not supposed to do, that the jury has got that authority to give a yellow flag, which means that the boat which was being pointed a yellow flag has to do a penalty. The penalty could be a 1-turn penalty. Standard penalties are 2-turn penalties when a yellow flag is given, but sometimes for younger kids and even for skiffs, the sailing instructions, they actually come down stating that instead of 2-turn penalty, one could take only 1-turn penalty. But that's only specifically if the sailing instruction says so. Otherwise, you would see these kids doing probably 2-turn penalty when they get a yellow flag.
So just to follow up with that topic, how many flags can a person get in an event?
Oh, well, the person should not be getting a flag actually, but then in case there is some sailors who've not learnt it correctly, or they're actually trying to beat the eye of the jury and want to accelerate by doing something which is not supposed to do, what happens is, when you give a first flag, the sailor is supposed to do a 2-turn penalty. If we give a second flag, the sailor is supposed to retire. because he's not expected to continue to sail because he's getting a second penalty. Sometimes it does happen. In my experience, I've seen that there have been times when sometimes sailors get more than 2 penalties. So when you get a third penalty, you're supposed to again retire, or if you don't retire, you get a DNE. DNE, and the sequence goes on like that.
Oh, so no longer than the person is removed from the regatta, right? It's only the race where they get removed from.
Each race, but if a person is continuing to get DNEs, then you get a DNE for all the races, and then you get disqualified. So that's not worth
Yes.
the effort of trying to gain an advantage out of a situation where you're trying to push up
True.
yourself, breaking an RRS 42.
And in the same course, if you notice now, you will also be able to see Ilka 6 sailors who are approaching their windward mark. So it is a tough condition out there for these sailors. I mean, in Ilka boats, you really need to hike a lot more. But with the same rule 42, sir, on a beat, what are the few things that you're trying to watch out for?
Actually, on a beat, there's very little that one has to look at, except for body pumping, because the sailors, when they're trying to balance the boat, keep it flat, they try to push it a little harder and get a rock on the boat. Try to accelerate the boat a little more than the competition if there's somebody close to them.
So while watching these races, sir, between the Opti and Ilka 6, what would you prefer to watch out?
That way, I mean, going by experience, what I would say is, what happens is, in the case of Opti boats, there are 2 reasons I believe that. One is the kids are new, they're still learning their ropes, they're still learning the rules, they're not very clear about what they're not supposed to do. So we actually have lots of yellow flags in case of Optis. And secondly, remember that I'm sure you have sailed an Opti, and as an Opti sailor, you are very used to sculling the boat.
True.
There are only certain places, or there's certain occasions where you can scull the boat when you're getting to a close-all position. Other than that, you can't scull the boat. But the kids, they generally they exuberance and trying to be fast or trying to get off the start line, they really do scull the boat. And there are a lot of penalties which are given at the start line just before the start, in case of Optis where they're trying to scull the boat. Going to the Ilkas, yes, at the start line, Ilkas do have this tendency of pushing the boat, last that tack, or trying to put the boat,
trying to use the body to roll the boat
just before the start at the time, crossing the start line. So that's one occasion where they get the penalties.
So right now, sir, you've been here for past 4-5 days. Before this, we had the Indian Sailing League. What are your thoughts on racing at Omnium Lake so far?
Yes, I mean, there are 2, again, I would say there are 2 things to Omnium Lake. One is the lake itself. The water is so beautiful. It's very scenic, very beautiful. One would love to be here and sail their boats. The second is the winds. But in the Indian Sailing League, we had lighter wind conditions. And today, at the start of the Northeast Regatta, which is a ranking event, we have,
really
such strong winds. So what I would like to say is the winds are a natural phenomena. One can't really predict. In the best of the sites around the world, you do have odd days where there are no winds and you are actually waiting for the winds to come. Otherwise, the place, the venue is very, very beautiful. All that it would need is, I understand that the sailing club here is still in a developing stage.
Yes.
Certain amount of infrastructure for launching and recovery of boats, and for the sailors to actually get ready and get onto the water would make this venue a perfect venue for, especially for the Optis and the Ilka 4, the youth class, where they're still learning and they've got to play around. So even the conditions of winds and no winds, it's a learning ground. I would rate this venue as a very, very high stage when you compare to rest of the venues within India and some of the venues abroad, actually. Yes,
it is. I think one of the finest places for lake sailing, especially in the country. Like you said, a little bit more on the infrastructure bit would just take this venue to the next level. Right now, the the good part about this whole venue is that you can spectate the race right from land, and you can see the whole race happening. You don't really have to depend on the motorboats to go out
I would
on
totally
the
agree
water.
with you. That's a very, very positive aspect of this venue, because what happens is usually when you're sailing at sea, the sails, the boats, the sailors, everybody is out of sight. There's nobody to view them. That's
Yeah,
why
it's a lonely place.
it's the only place for, the
sailors.
sailors, as well as for the spectators, because they're not seeing anything what's going on there. That's why they say that sailing is a no spectators sport.
Oh, yes.
But when you have a venue like this, where everything is going on right in front of your eyes, it makes it much more interesting
True.
for the sailors as well, because they when they come closer to the coast, they can see people there waving, shouting, cheering them up.
True.
And for the spectators, it is really a lovely view to have a look at the entire race taking place in front of you. Oh wow, look at
Wow,
that.
that's the
That's the
capsize.
capsize.
And the tough part out here is the centerboard is out.
The centerboard is
So
out.
it's going to be a real struggle for the sailor in
to
this.
first get the board inside and then
Board
try to put the
inside,
boat
and
upside. Yes.
He first needs to ensure that he loosens his boom wang.
Yes, yes.
Without that, he will not be able to upright this boat. So it's going to be really tough for the sailor.
So look at this. Coming back to again the venue part of it, the boat has capsized right in front of us, and almost everybody standing here can have a look at that boat and say, "Oh wow, there's a capsize there." They're counting
Yes.
who's going around, who's moving up. So that's an advantage that this venue has. The spectators can actually view the races that going right in front of them.
100%. And I think this is one of the two venues in India where you can see the race right from the land itself. First being Hyderabad. Over the years we have seen that, the advantage was you could sit and watch the racing in front of you. But the problem out there was the water is
I think that
not
problem
the best,
still
but
exists. Although we have a lot of sailing happening there, a lot of championships happening,
Yes.
because there are well-established sailing clubs
Sailing
around
clubs
there.
around
There
there,
are
it's
not
true.
one but 3 sailing clubs. So
yes.
they have their own events. There are national events which are conducted there, and there are actually international events have also been conducted there in Ilka class.
But
in the
quickly I
past.
think it will shift to
I mean,
here. I mean,
now-
if I was given a chance, I would prefer sailing here then.
Absolutely.
Hyderabad.
Talking of lake and a backwaters kind of a sailing, there's another club which is available in India, which is the Royal Mysore Sailing Club.
Royal Mysore
They
Sailing
do
Club as
also
well.
have a similar kind of a setup where the scenic beauty is there, the waters are very clean, the winds are gusting, and
Gusting.
sometimes no wind conditions. Again, there also the factor that needs to be taken into account is the development of infrastructure. When you compare venues, one major factor also which would come into play eventually is the connectivity of that particular
100%, rightly
sailing
said.
club and the city
True.
with the rest of the world, because remember it's a sport where you carry your boats, you have to carry
There's a lot of logistics
to be,
requirement. True.
requirement, and if the connectivity is not so good, it is very difficult for somebody to. It's a challenge, and not many people are ready to take this kind of a challenge. That would probably dissuade people from taking on to this thing or participating in a particular event happening at a place which is little less connected.
100%, sir. But I think, like the government of Meghalaya, the other day, Chief Minister was also mentioning, they are working towards making it much more accessible for people from around India to come and race here and make it better over a period of time.
Well. Yeah, I mean, like you're saying, like what Chief Minister also mentioned, no place is, any place which has got any kind of a disadvantage or any kind of a limitation can always be overcome, because today we have technologies, today we have connectivity, we got means of transports, variety is available where we could actually create the infrastructure,
True.
create the connectivity to make it accessible to everybody for a particular sport or for a particular requirement.
Yes, sir.
It all takes is the initiative and
Initiative,
the desire,
vision and desire
and
to
somebody
make it
wants to do
happen.
it. It could be, and that's what would probably make this place one of the best places, because the kind of effort and the kind of interest that the Meghalaya government has shown into this place, because it is really developed. And incidentally, I've been involved with this, associated with sailing at this lake right from its beginning.
Oh, wow.
The first time when they had a small regatta out of a room and no place to launch, but the boats were put in water. We did our testing, we did everything, and we realized that this place can do things. And then the people from Meghalaya, the people who matter, they saw it and they lapped it up and they really took it on. And look at the tenure; it's just 2 or 3 years that this place has
we are
really
seeing
taken
the
off.
4th edition of this event.
Yes,
I mean,
this is just the
started
4th
with this.
edition of the event, and it has really taken off. And not only that, we've been able to conduct the first Indian Sailing League at this venue. A lot of credit goes to the interest of the Meghalaya
from the government. Yes.
Taking wanting this place to become one of the best venues, and I'm sure if they continue to show this kind of effort and interest, this is definitely going to be the best venue in the country, and maybe around the world, some of the best venues that can be accessible.
I mean, we can see in the 4th edition we have international sailors taking part in the event. I mean, Northeast Regatta earlier used to have a lot more Indian sailors taking part, but this edition has international sailors as well, so it is taking the fleet standard much higher, and it is really good, like you mentioned earlier, that a lot of young Indian sailors will be able to learn from the international sailors and upgrade their skills. With that, we'll just quickly come back to the race. The first Opti boats have rounded the second leg and are now on their downwind, going towards the finish. We have the Malaysian sailor who is leading the pack and has done well. Even in the first race, he won the race and clearly dominating the second race as well, and closely followed by an Indian sailor. So the top two fighting it out there, whereas the rest of the fleet is actually bunched together. And as I've noticed, sir, is that during the course there are gust patches, but especially near the windward mark it's a lot more. I mean, there is one gust patch which is making it really tough for these sailors to round the mark.
Yes, because this is, I think, the contribution of these the geography which is around the lake. You see there are hills. There's a patch of a largest kind of a hill. So when the wind is coming at a force, it forms some kind of a eddy around the places based on the geography which is around that area. So I think that windward mark is getting affected very much because of that.
And it's the same for both the Optimist and Ilka 6, you know.
Exactly. So you have that tougher conditions. You would come very comfortably through the course, and suddenly when you're reaching the windward mark, you find, oh, it's getting tougher and challenging.
Can we go to the finish?
So let's see if we can get a better angle towards the finish, because the first few Optimist boats will be now heading towards the finish line. Let's see if we can go pan right near the finish line where we have the blue flag up from the race committee. But quite a challenge for especially young sailors, you know, who are just starting their Optimist journey, to be faced with these conditions.
I agree with you, and in fact, I think this is the fleet A of Optis, which is currently sailing, racing on the waters. I'm just looking forward to seeing the green fleet of Optis that is going to go out in the afternoon.
That'll be a lot of exercise for the organizing authority on terms of the rescue and safety.
It'll be a challenge for the sailors to actually take on and launch the boat and say, okay, I'm going to race out for the green fleet sailors, because they are kind of a more novice. They would have just learned sailing. Some of them would have just come for the rather first time in a racing scenario. So it would be nice to see them racing out in these conditions where the winds are consistently strong, and with gusts which are ranging to a higher levels.
But in your view, sir, would it be right to send novice sailors out there in these conditions?
Sailing as a sport is open to everybody, and by the racing rules of sailing, when we say sailing on the waters in a particular condition.
So just to get you back, sorry to cut you off, sir, we have the first sailor in Optimus approaching the finish line. It is a Malaysian sailor with sail number 902, who has consistently performed really well and has a really good lead coming into finish. So clearly dominating the event so far. So the heavy winds is favorable to these Malaysian sailors, and in general Malaysia actually has lighter winds, so they tend to generally do well in lighter conditions. But at the Northeast Regatta, we can see that they are doing extremely well in the heavy wind conditions as well, closely followed by an Indian sailor with sail number 1644, and actually rest two are also Indian sailors who are following the pact, and they are much difficult out there for the sailor to jibe. And actually, a good way to change course was to tack instead of jibe if they were not confident. So the sailor with sail 1770 doing well by not jibing and opting for a tack. So it's better to finish fourth than capsize and finish way behind. So, and either which way, it would have been tough for her to catch up with the fleet. So the top 3 and 4 sailors finishing.
The rest of the pack seems to be a little behind. I think they will.
And with that, we will have the first Ilka 6 sailor also approaching the finish with sail 5-4-5-7 in the end, 5-4-4-3-7. And yeah, so tough conditions. And like you were talking, sir, I'm so sorry I had cut you off for the finish.
Yeah,
but
coming back to the conditions, and would it be nice to send
would
a
it be
novice
nice
sailor?
to send novice
So I
sailors
would
out
put
there?
it across in a different manner. The racing rule says it is the decision of the sailor to go out and sail. It's not a compulsion that you have registered in a competition that you have to sail all the races.
True.
The safety and security of individual is individual's responsibility. Although in all the venues and all the regattas, you have the organizing authority arranging the rescue and rest of the stuff
to ensure
but
the safety. Yes.
if a sailor finds himself or herself a little challenged in a particular condition, it is up to them to decide that they should not be launching and going out, because you're not only risking yourself, you're actually creating a little more load on the rescue facilities within the venue which is available.
True.
And knowing fully well that when you can't sail, you'll be capsizing. It's better to decide to let go of that particular race, and save your energies for the next race and sail better next time.
Rightly said, sir. I mean, it is the decision of the sailor to decide if he or she is capable to handle those conditions, and the best that the organizing authority can do is provide the safety of these sailors. With that, sir, a lot of people had this question that does this when you have heavy winds we will not be able to sail, and today is a testament to that. The venue has everything that is required. It has tough conditions, and yeah, I think going forward nobody will question or challenge this place.
It's a very the topic that you're bringing out is very kind of a common thing when something new starts.
True.
Everybody is apprehensive about whether this is going to succeed
or no,
are we going to have
is this the right
challenges,
place?
are we going to fail, are you going to just shut down? I mean, you start a business, you're thinking whether are we going to make money
or no.
not.
And everyone would question like
that whether it is feasible, not feasible. But it's up to the person who's starting this, up to the organization to meet the challenges, get over the hurdles and continue. I would put it across like this, that whether it is a business, it's an event, it's a club, or it's an individual, it is a perseverance that matters. If you are at it, you can handle the challenges, you do overcome challenges. And I would say that this club in particular has been really blessed and lucky to have a full government support behind them. They want to do it. The organizers definitely have that facilitation and the flexibility to go one extra step every time, rather than being apprehensive whether should we do this or not do this. They can take a call, yes, we are going to go ahead and do it. And
yes.
today we were witnessing
yes, the nature supports if you have the vision and perseverance, like you said, to do something so out of the box. Nature does support it.
Once they decided they want to do it, they went ahead, and actually we have succeeded in seeing that particular event, Indian Sailing League, a massive event with so many formats of racing, with almost 200 sailors participating, went on successfully. Yes, there were some hiccups, some here and there. Wind conditions sometimes were very low and we couldn't finish certain amount of races. But that's part of the game.
That's part of the game. You go anywhere, so even in World Championships, often you see there is hardly any racing. So
and it's not just about sailing. In any sport, when you go out, there are conditions, there will be environments where sometimes the sport takes a backseat. They have to concede. I mean, cricket is a very common game in
Common
our
game as
country.
well,
And
yes.
look at that. Even in a T20 match, you have seen matches reduced because of the rains, and you have only 7 over match, both
true.
sides to just
Rightly
finish the
said,
match.
yes.
I mean, that's, you have to accept these kind of conditions.
Yeah, and the beauty of sailing is that it is fair for all, right? The conditions are the same, so it's not that it is favoring somebody. It is the same for everybody, and it is fair. You get a race like today, like most of the young sailors will be complaining that it was too strong for them, and tomorrow if the wind changes, it becomes lighter, it will favor them. So sailing that way is fair for all. That's what I really like about this sport, and the best part about this venue that I really like is that it's constantly changing. It's not one consistent format that everyone knows or has an answer to, right?
Yeah.
In ISL we did notice that after each race the race committee had to make changes because the wind was changing and the angles were changing. So it really pushes the sailor to think out of the box and to be on their A game always.
Yeah, that's a very valid point. Actually, what happens is in a lake sailing, in a lake condition, it is always challenging for a sailor to see the wind, where it is coming from, to feel the wind and actually plan their strategy or tactics, how they are going to go about completing a particular leg. I would compare it. I mean, it might be a little simpler when you're sailing at sea, because
true.
the wind conditions they
It's
tend to
generally
remain
more
constant. They
for
tend
the
to
day.
remain constant
Yes.
for the day, for a particular session. They tend to remain constant unless you're very close to the coast.
True.
So sailing in a low lake, I would put it's a little more challenging as compared to sailing at sea. Having said that, the conditions can vary anywhere. I mean, any venue can have a different variety of conditions within a 5-day regatta event. So
True.
that one has to take it as you go along. Some days will be good days, some days would be bad. Doesn't matter. That should not restrict us from thinking about a venue to be a good venue or a bad venue.
Rightly said. So with that, I think we'll just take a short break. We have the second race which is completed, and we will soon be back for the third race. Thank you for joining us today, sir.
Thank you. My pleasure.
And hope to see you on water in the afternoon.
Definitely. I'm waiting along to quickly get onto the water in these conditions and enjoy myself.
So with that, we'll just take a short break and we'll stay tuned. We'll be back for race 3 for Optimist and Ilka 6. camera se. Fine, you can still make out. And rest I can actually see through the race. Let's go. यार वो बड़े स्क्रीन पे उनको डालने से बोल देना, ऑडियो का जरूरत नहीं है, बस वो रेस लाइव दिखाने के लिए उनको बोल देता।
ऑडियो जरूरत नहीं है मींस
ऑडियो भी डाल सकते हो, समथिंग लाइक इट, बट And we are back at 4th YI Northeast Regatta 2026. This is race 3 of Optimist and Ilka 6. The condition looks spectacular for racing. And in the first two races, there were a lot of capsizes. The fleet in the second race was much more bunched together, unlike the first race. And now we have 4 minutes to go for the race to start. My name is Abhimanyu. I am an international and national medalist in the sport of sailing. And with me joining is Avinash Shanbag, who is also a JAT sailor, Asia number 4. And
6 years ago.
6 years ago. So I don't know how much more sailing has he done since then. He did win the nationals 2 years back.
Awesome, lovely to be here. Fantastic conditions here at the Umiam Lake. In fact, I didn't think this location had these conditions to be possible. Sorry?
Speak in the mic.
It's good now?
Yes.
Perfect. No, I was just saying fantastic conditions here at the Umiam Lake. Having been here at the ISL and seeing about 3 to 5 knots, 3 to 6 knots maybe regularly for 4-5 days, genuinely didn't think that it could be gusting here at 20 knots. Fantastic conditions to sail. I think it's clean winds as well, sunny weather, lot of capsizes, and will be a great day for the sailors who have really prepped and are used to these kind of gusty conditions.
But you know, in heavy winds, Avinash, often and not, it just shows the top sailors from the novice. I mean, in light winds, you can still have the fleet together, but in heavy winds, you really need to know your game and have to bring your A game up. So with that, 1 minute to go for the start.
No, absolutely. I think heavy winds bring the best out of the top sailors for sure. At least, and definitely the fitter sailors. I think your boat balance becomes extremely critical. Your weight, all of those things
Even your
start to
setup.
matter as well.
In the first race, we did see 1 or 2 top sailers losing out on their position only because of their setup, not being prepared for the heavy wind conditions. So, and you know, the beauty about the heavy wind condition is that even if you have a bad start, you can make up for it. And obviously there are few sides to the start line which are favorable, but over a period of time you can nullify that effect. And
Perfect. What have you noticed in terms of the favor and at the start in the first 2 races?
so at the moment it does look like the right side is more favorable. There is a lot more pressure coming from the right, and a lot of the Opti as well as Ilka sailors have opted to go right from the get-go. But few of the top sailors have preferred to go right and then come back into the center. So they have been playing right mid to in both the races. And actually the second race was a lot more closer. And the race has started. Yes, the flag is halfway up. I think race committee is still struggling with the wind. But the race has started. We have, like I said, more sailors opting to go right from the get-go.
Yeah,
And
no,
it-
absolutely. And it's crazy that the race has started, but it looks like a good chunk of the boats are still behind the start line or just approaching the start line now. So,
I mean, it has been a struggle for most of the sailors to even start the race on
Yeah.
time, and only the good sailors have been able to capitalize on that. having said that, it does look like the whole fleet decided to start near the pin rather than starting from the committee. So definitely the pin is favorable, and most sailors opting to go right from the start, tacking on the shift and coming back into the center.
No, absolutely. I think everybody is going with the same approach here, which is very strange, very interesting as well. So it'll be good to see how it pans out. But on that note, I think all boats have started, the Opti boys and girls, in a single fleet here. So what's the size of the fleet?
The fleet is about 25 boats out there, and the Opti fleet is actually divided into two. So the right now we are seeing the top Opti sailors sailing together. In the afternoon we will have the green fleet, which will have a lot of younger sailors who are trying out the racing for first time. So a lot of first timers will be sailing in the afternoon. Right now this is the experienced sailors out there. You can see a good start can give you a lot of lead right at the start, and all you need to do is just cover the fleet. That's the trick, especially in heavy winds. A good start can give you the offset mark on the pitch. For you to control, and it may make you capsize. So having said that, let's see if we can go little more right to see where the first boat is, to keep a track on how the race is going. Here you can see the rescue team doing their job, trying to rescue as many people as possible and keeping the safety standards really high at the Northeast Regatta.
No, I think the rescue boats have been doing a fantastic job, and the technical officers as well. It's a top-notch committee here. Everyone from the race officer to the jury, really experienced folks.
Wow, here you can see the Ilka 6 sailor rounding the windward mark. This is the first boat that is rounding and going on the run. You can see how fast the sailor is, and slowly he will reach a planing condition, and he has good 7-8 boat lengths lead from the second sailor. So all he needs to do is not capsize and will comfortably reach the bottom mark with a good lead, and clearly does look like he is the most experienced sailor out there in Ilka 6 and is dominating, because even in last two races he got the gun. So, and closely followed by sail number 17, who
no
also
gate mark at the upwind, is it, for the lasers, for the
no,
Ilka?
there's no offset. So all
Hmm.
they need to do is round the windward mark and then start sailing down on the run. So it's two loops for both Optimist and Ilka sailors. Let's see if we can pan right to see where the Opti sailors are. They must be on their upwind mark right now.
And if you look here, right at 12 o'clock, it's not on the camera. You can see a lot of this Opti sailors really struggling, luffing their sails, really not being able to
Tack or
get hold of things. They seem to be an iron, so that just shows the difference in quality or the how tricky the conditions here are with the wind speeds.
So really tough for these Opti sailors, especially once you capsize. And it's not only the Indian sailor; it is also the international sailors out there. So the beauty about sailing is that the wind is the same for everyone. So you need to have experience to be able to sail in these conditions. And in the second race, I did have the international jury with me, Captain Jaiswal, and he did mention, I was talking about the safety aspect of it, Avinash, and he did mention that, you know, one of the rules in RSS is that it's the option of the sailor to take part in the race. So it's the decision of the sailor to compete, right? And the only thing that the organizer can do is provide safety and security. So with that said and done, I think most of the young sailors who will be sailing in the Green Fleet in the afternoon may opt not to sail in these conditions, because it's better to be safe than sorry, right? And what would you would have done, Avinash, if you were in their position? If you were a novice sailor seeing these conditions, would you still go out there?
No, I think I think it's always a good idea to get out there because it is gusty conditions, but it's clean. It's not a storm. It's not a sea also where there are more factors playing in with respect to swells and things, right? So I feel it's a great place to get experience with high winds, especially with the conditions being clean and the rescue team being on point here. So I don't think there should be reason to not get on water and at least have a go at the first race and then take a call on things. But it depends on the experience of
Here you
these
can even
sailors.
see the Ilka 6 sailors struggling out there.
Oh, we have our first capsize that I'm seeing at least in this race. So
Yeah,
never a
and
good sign.
this is the top Ilka sailor from Malaysia. She has been leading the women's Ilka 6, but even she has been struggling. So it's not, with this you can notice that, you know, even the conditions are tough for even the top sailors. It's not just the beginners or the novice who are taking part in this event.
Absolutely. The beauty of the Ilka boat is also in the fact that it does allow you to
Recover
sail,
faster and better.
recover and get going because there is an auto bailer on the boat and it's less of a hassle to bail out water, so you can still maintain position, but you don't lose as much ground as the Optimist boat where your race can pretty much be over with a capsize. So Ilka does give you that ability to take a bit more risk as well in your strategy because you know you can get back up and running within a minute or two.
And right now, if you notice, the Opti sailors, like the top fleet, is almost halfway through. And there are still a lot of sailors who are luffing. They are tired from race 1 and 2, and I don't think they will be even able to finish the race because the time limit for finish is 10 minutes. So once the first boat finishes, there is 10 minutes for the team to finish, and it's going to be extremely difficult for sailors who are luffing their sails at the moment to get a finish. Nothing would have made a lot of difference, especially for overall standing.
Yeah, makes a big difference. How many races do we have here? Is it 12 races?
So the race committee wants to do as many races as possible. The least that they're aiming for is 6. But I'm sure if the conditions remain like this, they will be able to get at least 12 or minimum 10 in.
How many? You need 10 races, is that right, for 2 discards?
11 races for 2 discards. So
11 races, yeah. So some of the Opti sailors already
Yeah, you
will
can
have a
see-
discard here, looking at the struggle.
yeah, you can see the Ilka 6 sailors rounding their windward mark for the second time, and will now. This is the second sailor. Oh, someone doing penalty, trying to sail fair. That's good.
Wow.
And now
Oh,
they are
you can
going on
see.
their reach.
Oh.
Oh wow! You
You can see one of the sailors have completely ripped the sail apart. One of the Opti sailors. So that is unfortunate. But
That is
hopefully he is
unfortunate.
safe, and that's the first thing to look at.
Yeah, but it does show how much wind there is out there. It's not easy to sail these conditions, and now it's a good battle between the Ilka 6 sailors. I think it is for the second and third position, or maybe first. I don't remember the person who rounded first their sail number, but I'm sure these are the top 3
Yeah,
positions.
and you can see some of these Ilka boats. It feels like they're absolutely flying, and the second boat is actually up and gonna go ahead of the
sail number
boat.
17.
Sail
Yes.
number 17. Wow, that's some great sailing.
So, in Ilka, everything needs to be quick. It is a lot more physical. And the sailor opting to jibe. And most often on a run, it's the only time when you have to look back and sail. You have to find the pressure patches and really take advantage of those. I think a good tactic by sail number 17 to just jibe early on and then head towards the pressure stream that you can see on the left of sail number 17. So I think he will be trying to go for that, but the other sailor opting to sail by the lee and go all the way. With that all said and done, we have Ilka 4 sailors also going towards their start. So post the finish of this race, we will see Opti and Ilka 6 sailors who will head back to shore.
And in front of us, we can see a lot of tourists as well, really enjoying the races here at the Umiam Lake. So it's a fantastic experience to be involved in this location, because it's one of the few races that you can actually watch in sailing. Very spectator friendly location, and everyone, not just the team coaches, managers, even the tourists, getting the best experience here.
Let's see if we can go to the finish line where the blue flag is up. If we can see the finish.
Is it a reach after the downwind?
Yeah, so it's a broad reach. You can see actually the second and third boat approaching the finish line, and it's really close between the two.
Oh, that might mean the first boat is finished.
The first boat has finished. I think so. I mean, we can't confirm from where we are sitting. It is difficult to see the finish line, but as we can see, the second and third boat approaching the finish, and you can see sail number 903 casually sitting and not stressing about the finish. So I think the 902 sailor was able to take the
Is
second
this the first
position.
Ilka boat, or have we seen Ilka finishes?
So these are Ilka 4 boats which
Ilka
are going
4
for
boats
their
going
start.
for the start, yeah.
But yeah, with that, I think the Opti sailors will now head back to land, and very soon we will have the races for Ilka 4 boys and girls, and we will also have 420s which will go out.
Oh yeah, the 420s go out after this as well, so everyone will have a chance to test themselves out in these conditions.
Yes, indeed. I hope the wind remains the same or only picks up. It will make it interesting for us to watch. It will be hard for the sailors, but trust me, it is exciting to see heavy wind conditions. It finishes a race faster. It is much more exciting to see these sailors going through such physical strain to win a race.
Yeah, these are hard-earned races, especially considering that most of these sailors have been here for about 4-5 days and experienced to low winds, right? So these are conditions that are testing different muscles, different parts of their game, and
I don't think
it's a
anyone will
fantastic
complain
location.
anymore saying that this place didn't have any wind. I mean, today just showcases that there's enough and more wind out here. It's just luck, you know. So this is a place which can have windy conditions as well.
No, absolutely. Even it was quite surprising for me as well, having been here for about a week almost. Didn't see these conditions coming in. In a way, it's good because it's still day one of the Northeast Regatta. We have 3 more days. Is that right?
We have 3 more
So-
days, yes.
Yeah. So the first day has definitely lived up to expectation, at least as a observer, and it'll be good to see how the conditions are for the next few days. Apparently, there is a warning for heavy rains in the next few days, so it could be a case of
Lighter
lighter winds or even.
I mean, that's what I've
more
noticed.
less.
As the sun came out, the wind picked up. Unlike most of the other places where the rain clouds often get a lot more wind, here it is completely different. So the sun is up, there is a lot more wind, and as it rains, the wind just dies. So with that all said and done, the Ilka 6 sailors have also finished their race and are heading back to land. You can see the Opti sailors now approaching the land, and yeah, so far so good. It's been fun. I'll see if I can go on the water and shoot live from there. That would be good visuals. Commentary, yeah. Let's see if we can do that.
No, absolutely. It's lovely to see so many boats next to each other at the start line. Tricky conditions. Ilka 4 is out as well. Next we'll have the 420s.
And Ilka 4.
Ilka 4s are out right now.
Yeah,
right?
they're just waiting
Yeah.
for their start. So right now the race committee is busy with the finishes of Opti and Ilka 6. In
Busy
some-
day for a lot of the rescue boats as well. As we can see, they're bringing back some of the Optimist boats that have had equipment damage, or maybe the sailor is
That's
not
the
too
problem.
confident.
I
So
don't think I will get a media boat to go out because all the boats are now engaged with the rescue. And I think in the later half of the day we had the Green Fleet as well, which was planning to sail. I'm not too sure if the race will go on for them. But
No,
if
absolutely.
it does, I think there will be a requirement of. And here, if you notice in front of us, actually one good thing the coach is doing for the top sailor Shingari Roy is that he has towed her back to ensure that she can get back to the land as soon as possible, unrig and go back and rest. And that's often the case that most top sailors have their coaches tow them back from the race course to ensure that the sailors get as much rest as possible.
yeah, that's definitely those are the margins that are definitely needed when you're a top athlete, top sailor. We can see more capsizes as we speak, so conditions are getting rougher, and this is also a time where some of the wear and tear kicks in because some of these sailors have been hiking out for over
3 hours
now,
now.
over 2-3 hours. So
Yes.
muscles start to become a little sore, and all of these in fact are young sailors. So this is a youth nationals, right?
Yeah,
Not
it's
nationals,
almost
but
youth
ranking
championship.
event. So
Yes.
all young sailors, and some of them, even if you're used to it, I think it's extremely tricky to be
I mean, even for the guys who
so
sail
physical for 3 hours and it's
Ilka,
just half day done.
yeah, it just reminds me of the Hyderabad sailing week, where all 4 days there are heavy winds, and by day 1 itself you are tired, your muscles are sore. The next day you don't want to hike. There is you get muscle pain and all sorts of things. So it is important to get adequate rest to make sure that you are ready for day 2.
Ready for the second half of day 1, in fact.
Yeah. Actually, in Hyderabad sailing week, often sailors are sailing both the classes from morning to evening.
Absolutely. Again, we are at the Umiam Lake in Shillong, and the place we're at, it's a full party here on land. There is some bands, there is great food, lot of tourists, and everyone's having a great time with the sun out as well. So
I think right now
fantastic
this
conditions
is
to be on land.
actually this is one of my favorite place at the moment. You know, in the country, you have amazing songs that are being played on land. You have a party vibe. You have spectators on land watching the race. Even for racing, these are good conditions. Like I was mentioning, that each race there has been a different angle and different challenge for the sailors. It's nothing is constant, right? Which makes it very interesting. It's not boring. You know, you cannot predict who would finish up ahead unless you know.
Yes.
So that way, I think this is one of my favorite places at the moment. I haven't sailed here yet, and I don't think I would have wanted to go out today. But I mean, especially racing. But looking forward to sailing here. I hope they are able to get keel boats here, and then we have more and more events.
No, absolutely. Fantastic location, not just on water, but the on-ground support and the experience here really feels like a
An
I don't know, it
international
feels like you're
destination.
at a concert or an event. There's great food, there's great bands, and a lot of different bands as well. About 3-4 different bands per day. Non-veg buffet, nice seating area.
No curd
Not
rice.
too hot, not too cold.
Unlike Chennai, no curd rice. Good chicken.
Yeah.
So with that, I think we'll take a short break, and we will be back with Ilka 4 racing for the day. As of now, we have just concluded the Optimist and Ilka 6 races for the day, and yeah, we'll be back with more racing. Till
Yes.
then, stay tuned.
And then stay tuned. We'll be back very soon, right after a short lunch break.
You can actually see
There are
29ers that will be
Are
racing.
there 29ers in the event?
Yes, there is
Whoa,
29ers.
that is gonna be
We
a
have
crazy
windsurfing
watch.
as well, so it will be fun to see windsurfers go out.
It'll be
Okay.
fun to hear about your 29er experience as well after the lunch break.
Oh my god, that is a story that you need to stay back for. We'll catch you guys soon.
The windsurfing I'll have to do, kite surfing I'll have to do.
Windsurfing is cheaper, way cheaper than kite.
It's the same, no? You have to roll the thing and take it on the
How many sails do you have to have in windsurfing?
one.
Exactly. Kite surfing you have to have 3.
You can opt for 3, okay? Just carry one and go. You can adjust the 3 if you want.
I think you'll need at least 2. Light wind, high wind, heavy something. Windsurfing is set.
Kite surfing looks way more dangerous.
Windsurfing will be fun to do just that stupid course and at least learn to do it. But it's too much. That itself will take like 60 days, assume 45 days maybe regular practice.
Then you can finish top 3 in India.
To learn itself, it's too much time. Where you take the time, and unless you want to do it full time or with extreme focus. It's there in Chennai, remember that?
This guy started no from Marina, he used to go from.
I don't know actually. But people, I don't think there's a scene for it. We can do it, for example, if we know some of these guys, we can do it. But there's no coaching thing this time.
Suresh only will become coach. He was telling me his plan is to.
Abhishek, come in. Give us an option.
Yeah. Plays his game properly. He can make money off coaching. Properly.
He's doing well in the Opti and laser.
Coaching, huh?
And he's found the right
आलोक सर एक बार WhatsApp check करो. Over. अमित
Yeah.
सर.
huh?
Found the right what?
Audience and the sailors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting coffee or something?
We should get a coffee.
Actually, even I wanted to have coffee. I don't know why I had lemonade.
Yeah, lemonade.
खाना खराब हो रहा है इससे और
मेरा इतना मन था पानी में जाके देखने का रेस रिपोर्ट ही नहीं दिया
रिपोर्ट नहीं दे रहे बिकॉज रेस्क्यू के लिए इस टाइम पे ज़्यादा फोकस करना है.
Avinash, we have to shoot video also.
Do it now.
But the wind is too much.
Not on water, bro. You can't do anything on
Hot
water.
water, land also, it's too
Land
loud. Our mic won't
Fine.
work.
I don't think you see what I'm thinking is
One video you want to
even if you
it
make
will-
something, it's not going to be us talking. Nobody's going to watch that. It has to be us talking for maybe 20% of the video. 80 will be visuals. So there just has to be a video of us talking something. Just that intro, our face can come and beach me somewhere here and there. 20% max. More than that, it can't work. We can talk, but it won't. I mean, I wouldn't put it out as a full thing, standing and talking. That can go as story or something, but not as
We
a
should make
video.
a video like this. Well, why do you say 420? Let me guess. And then just show visuals, like fast visuals of different stuff.
Yeah, don't come.
Those type of things people will share also with their friends who sail that class of boat.
Funny things I think people will share, or informative.
Funny thing only, like, why do you sail?
The visuals have to be too good in that case.
Yeah.
It has to be some next level.
And people doing random things, like why do you sail Ilka for?
That video, that one guy swimming and sailing, like many people reacted on that. Some laughing emoji. You saw that?
I saw you.
There's things like that.
Tomorrow I'm
Random
not going to
things
do
like that
this.
can
I'm
work.
just going to be on the boat and shoot. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Jericho. ये सर 5 मैसेज.
जेरिको
रहने का शॉप पे आओ एक बार फटाफट.
सॉरी, ये आप जब जाओगे ना वापस रेगाटा ऑफिस में, उनको बोलना प्लीज कुछ कॉफी का जुगाड़ कर सकते हैं क्या, ये वन ऑफ द टेंट में से, क्योंकि बात करते करते गला दर्द होता है. हाँ, उनको बोलना. थैंक यू.
Makes the moving better. I'm not talking about packers and movers. Of course,
Here we go. We have data now.
But blue flag is also there for the finish time.
And we're back live from the Omyam Lake in Shillong. It's day one of the Northeast Regatta. We just had a short break for lunch, and we're back. We're currently looking at the 4.7 sailors who are finishing, and after this we'll have the 420 class of boats. How's it going, Abhimanyu?
So it's going well. We are going to see Ilka 4 boys starting the race soon. The flags are up, and pretty soon we'll get going.
Yeah, and the first half of the day has definitely lived up to the expectation and the hype. It's been extremely windy, gusting at about 20 knots, possibly higher, and the sailors have gone through a lot in the first half. We had the Optimist class of boats have 3 races, as well as a fair bit of sailing from the Ilka 4 and Ilka 6 class of boats. So hopefully it looks like these conditions are gonna sustain and maintain over the course of today at least. So it's gonna continue to blow. We've just heard that the Techno boats will not be launching because of safety reasons, and we're still awaiting whether we'll have the Opti Green Fleet go out, because the conditions are quite tricky here and safety has to come first.
So with that, Avinash, just to give you fact, Ilka 4 boys, there are 22 participants from various clubs, right from Trishna Sailing Boys School to Naval Sailing School to RCYC Sailor from Colombo, then RBYC, CMC, SSF, TNSA, NSS, USC. So a lot of clubs out there.
How many clubs?
I think there's about about 11 clubs out there.
11 clubs, 20 to 25 sailors, yeah?
Yes, about 22 sailors. And
wow.
Ilka 4 girls, there are about 6 sailors. Sailors from CESC, INWTC, NSS, KO, TNSA and KSA. So mixed fleet out there. And there are a lot of international sailors as well as part of the fleet.
Yeah, fantastic to see a lot of international sailors. Obviously, the ISL really helped, which just concluded a couple of days ago. So, a lot of the sailors from the ISL choosing to stay back and participate at the Northeast Regatta, same venue, but extremely different conditions. So, feels like a different racing venue altogether when you look at conditions today and compare it with just a few days ago at the ISL.
Yes, indeed. And this event actually has started on a good note with tough conditions out there. It is the fleet race for Ilka 4 boys and Ilka 4 girls. As you can notice on the race committee, they are still awaiting few boats to finish. As soon as the finish flag goes down, they will get away with the next race for Ilka 4 boys.
That's right. And this one is going to be a good race to watch, because these boats are going to be extremely fast in these conditions, and all to play for.
Yeah, and Ilka 4 itself is a transitional boat for people who have been sailing Optimist and now are slowly transitioning themselves to sail the bigger boats and work towards Asian Games and Olympics. Ilka 4 is part of the Asian Games at the moment, and that's why you see the fleet standard has gone really high ever since the class of boat was included back in 2018, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to have it in the Asian Games. I think that's also the time when the Opti got scrapped.
Yes.
And the 4.7 was introduced.
So the fleet standard in India has at least gone really high, as far as I remember. And we have produced medal winners at the Asian Games in Ilka 4 girls. So
yeah, in front of us we can see the drones struggling to take off as well. So the cameras, the visuals we see are from cameras on land and not the drones, because it's extremely tricky even for them to get us better visuals, because it's a huge chance of the drones not coming back. Wind's extremely high, but
that will be a video to capture, seeing the drone go down in the water.
Yeah,
But I used to love sailing in this type of weather condition, especially the Ilka 4, 6, and 7. Actually, 7 was a little more overpowered, but Ilka 4 and Ilka 6 was super fun to sail in such conditions. You are flat out trying to move the boat, and you can really feel the boat come alive, especially when you start planing in these conditions. So
No, absolutely. I think the winds are extremely high, but it's also clean winds. So it's not stormy conditions where it's very unpredictable or shifty either. So it's fairly clean. So that is that is one positive sign. Although we are seeing capsizes and some sailors needing to retire.
yeah, but because the racing is in a lake, and if you notice the geographical location in and around, we have hills and trees and everything, so because of which it does become little shifty. And as we were speaking to the Opti sailors, they were moving from 10th to 1st to 20th, in a matter of just the upwind itself. So decision making was really important to understand where the wind was coming from and how the shifts were, and to identify the pressure points made all the difference to be able to finish in the top of the fleet.
No, 100%. I think the same tactics will apply in the second half. Some of these sailors. So how many races have the Ilka 4s have finished? This is the first race today?
They have finished
Second
one
race.
race, and this is the second race
Second race, yeah.
that we will be starting very soon.
Yeah.
6 girls and 22 boys in Ilka.
So 6 girls and 22 boys in the Ilka 4. That's 28 sailors in total.
So easy to see.
So with that, we also this is not
So 22 sailors in total here, as we can see in the Ilka 4 class.
so Avinash, this event.
Says B.
So, just to talk about Northeast Regatta, right? It was started 3 years ago. We have already have 3 editions that have happened, and each year it has just grown bigger and bigger. And with the ISL coming along this year, it has reached an international standard as well, with international sailors taking part in the Northeast Regatta, as well as we have international jury to make everything fair. So over a period of time, this regatta is just growing in numbers and becoming better each year.
No, absolutely. I think the Meghalaya government has done a killer job here to make the ISL happen, and it's a good way to schedule Northeast Regatta right after the ISL, because some of these sailors are coming from far away, right? Not just from different parts of India, which itself is a big country, but Malaysian sailors, Russian sailors, from Sri Lanka, etc. So it's a good way for sailors who are traveling all the way to get the experience of 2 competitions packaged one after the other.
And having a Northeast Regatta right after ISL, like in ISL, the difference was people were racing for their teams and everything was mixed up, right? Whereas a regatta like this, right after, what it does, it helps the sailor sail with the international sailors, just like an international regatta, and learn from the sailors who have come from abroad. So in terms of gaining experience, this is the best that they could get, because we don't often have international events that happen, right? And especially in these classes of boat. So with that, it is a good experience and exposure for young Indian sailors who are just now transitioning, or are planning their future classes, or the ones who really wanted to sail an international fleet and get an experience.
No, 100%. I think the experience here is also so different from the ISL, where we had a single loop and an extremely shortened course, right? So not just that, the element of sailing for your team, picking your teammates accordingly, etc. So while the ISL went on for 5 days, an individual sailor, I think, may have spent not more than 4 or 5 races on water, given the whole team dynamic. But this will be a lot more physical, because you're out at sea, out in the lake for 3-4 days constantly under heavy conditions for long hours. So
and it is standard fleet racing, right? So
yeah,
it does bring the sailors back to their
Reality.
usual and reality, rightly said. And with that, we have the 4 minutes up, and we will be starting the Ilka boys race pretty soon. As
That's
you can
right.
see, sailors are already planning their starting position. They are approaching the start line, and with almost 2 minutes to go, they will be lining up on the line to get the best start. Where do you think people will be starting from?
I mean, it'll be interesting to see. I noticed the two races. I saw the Opti sailors chose to go right pre-lunch, whereas the Ilka sailors went left on the first upwind. So, not sure how the conditions are from here. But I think as we approach the 30-second mark, we'll get a sense of which is the favored end and where the sailors are opting for. Also, it'll be good to see if the fleet starts to spread out or everybody opts for the pin end or any end for that matter. So one of the funny things we noticed in the Opti race also was that every single sailor opting for the pin end in the first race.
Yeah,
So
unlike the Opti, here you can see a lot more boat on the starboard of the race committee, and I'm sure they would be aiming to start from the right or the middle right. So completely different than what we saw in the morning. And let's see if there is any sailor who has the heart to sail on port tack and cross the fleet, if that is possible from pin end. Because often and not, people did want to go towards the right. And we have excellent support staff here helping us out with coffee to ensure that we are able to speak and commentate the event live.
do you have black tea or lemon tea?
No, they have only coffee. That's what he said.
लेमन टी नहीं है क्या? पूछो ना, उनको लेमन टी चाहिए.
Thank you.
Have.
ये बॉटल आप लेके जा रहे हो क्या?
I don't drink milk.
यहीं छोड़ दो.
I just had this.
So now we have 1 minute to go.
1 minute to go.
You can see. Let's see if we can go a little more right on the camera to see if we will be able to get a better sense of the line. Yes, we can. You can see all the boats are now powering up, and we have started the race.
And we're up and running. One boat on port, as you can see.
Yes, somebody had the guts to cross the fleet on the port, and
Actually,
it
they're
is
actually
possible.
crossing.
Oh wow.
They will need to tack, or will they port tack the fleet?
So you know what I would have done? I would have gone cross the fleet, gone a little bit up, and tacked back and
He has
control the
actually
fleet.
port tacked the fleet. If you look at it,
Yeah,
He
I
hasn't made a
mean
single tack.
it is possible. I saw this in the Opti as well, right? It there was. Oh, we have drone shots finally. You can see how the start has come along.
how long do you think the drones will survive?
I mean, if the wind picks up, not for long.
No, very brave from the drone folks, in fact, because the winds are extremely high here and it's not easy flying a drone in these conditions.
Yeah, I think the drone is already back.
yeah.
And just like the Opti now, actually the fleet has decided to go more right and play in between. I think a good strategy would be to remain in between and find pressure patches and sail the lift. Ilka being a very tactical boat, physically demanding and tactical, you need to play the shifts right. Unlike a boat like a skiff where you can go for speed, Ilka requires you to be tactically strong and physically
And we
strong.
have a capsize. First capsize
And you
of
can
the
imagine
day
how
of
much
this race.
of this race. And you can imagine how tough the conditions are that people are capsizing on upwind, which is a rare sight.
That's true.
So beautiful visuals out here. We can
Yeah,
see.
fantastic visuals. And the good thing about this boat is that you still have a chance to do well in the race despite a capsize, because it's much easier to get it up, recover, bail out and move compared to some of the other, compared to the Optimist or the
Yeah.
420 for that matter.
It becomes like a bathtub.
Yeah.
Yeah. But right now, actually, if you see, people are playing the shifts, and the whole fleet is together. They are trying to be in the middle, which often and not in a lake can work out. But having the experience of sailing in Hyderabad, often and not people would bang one of the corners and come out, right? So it can be game of luck as well, depending on what the sailors decide.
Yeah, absolutely. Middle and middle right seems to be the way to go for some of these top sailors. It'll be interesting to see if this sustains or they'll opt for a different approach as we move ahead. It is a long upwind, and anything can still happen in this race. Fleet is evenly spread out as well.
Yes, indeed. The good part about this fleet so far is that nobody is going extremes. People are trying to stick to the middle in one form or the other. Like either they are going right and playing middle, or they are going left and playing the middle. But at the moment, I can see there are 3-4 boats who now think that they do not have the chance, so they are going all the way to the left lay line.
Yeah, that's right.
But left does seem like it is going to pay off. There's a massive lift there. If you notice, right at the start as well, left a sailor from the pin was able to cross the fleet and tack on top and control the fleet as well. So a lot of these sailors are opting to go left and take that first shift out. And these are the top guys, I think, who will round the mark. With that, let's see if we are able to spot some of the sailors. With sail number 225477 does look like he will be able to cross the rest 2 sailors when they decide to tack. So my bets at the moment is with this sailor. Yeah, this is the one, boys. So 225447. Let's see if we are able to figure out who it is.
It's not on the list.
No, it is there. 5977, right?
Oh,
We have Ankit Singh Sisodia from NSS Bhopal, a lake sailor, definitely showing his experience out here. So most of these lake sailors from Bhopal, Avinash, I've noticed are really good with understanding of the wind, because they have practice of sailing in the lake. They tend to understand shifts better. Even YCH, the sailors from Hyderabad, tend to have a better understanding of wind shift, although they are very poor with the tide and the traditional stuff that you see in the ocean. So I mean, it will be an advantage for those sailors to sail out here.
No, absolutely. I think the beauty of sailing is that you get to experience different conditions over the course of a year. You do about 6-7 competitions. It's likely that you have sailed in the sea, in the lake, low winds, high winds, currents playing a role, etc. So every space has its own set of factors to look at, and the lake sailors rightly doing well here, because there is some parallel between sailing in Bhopal and here at the Umiam Lake.
Amazing visuals out here. You can see lot of the boats up on starboard tack playing the middle, unlike the opties where most of the opties are just going on the right lay line. The laser, much more experienced now, are playing the middle, and they are trying to find the pressure points and tacking in the pressure and trying to take advantage. So the upwind is
And the
quite
quality
long.
of tacking has been quite good as well, as at least from the top sailors here.
Yeah, and you can notice most of the time sailors are crossing the fleet on port tack, so they are taking advantage of the wind swing every now and then. They are able to tack on the wind shift and cross the fleet on port tack. So coming towards the left has been favorable for most of the sailors.
Yeah, one of the boats opting for choosing to come to the left completely, and would love to see how this pans out once they choose to tack.
Here you can see the whole middle pack out there together, and this just shows the quality of the fleet. When a lot of sailors are together and doing well, it just shows that most of them have experience, and the racing would be much closer than we expect.
Yeah, and the leftmost boat has intact on that note. Still can't capture the upwind mark here on the screen, but it should be a yellow mark.
No, black mark.
Is it the black mark?
It is the black mark.
Oh,
The windward mark
there.
is black and in color, and it's a long beat. It's a long beat
Yeah,
for
it's a
these
very long
sailors.
beat. It's a long beat, and there's no gate mark or offset mark for the laser for the Ilka class.
Still around 50 boat lengths.
So, yeah, I mean the top boat still about 15-20 boat lengths away from the windward mark. But having said that, it is good to have a long course because often and not in an international event when you go and sail, the courses are long and brutal. So it is a good practice for all these sailors. There are some of these sailors who will be going for the Asian Games are trying to sail a lot of international events, and it's a good experience to have international standards out here.
Yeah, one of the boats on the left you can see. I mean,
Actually,
it
from
looks
this
like they
angle you
might
can
have
see-
overshot the mark, but
But from this
still not
angle,
sure.
you can see that a
Finally
lot of
making
the
attack.
boats are approaching the windward mark on the port ley line, right?
Yeah,
They've opted to go left, sail a closer angle to the windward mark, and tack onto starboard for the last bit of rounding, so that they can round the boat on.
Might find it difficult on a boat tack to round the mark. There will be boat coming on starboard.
So now we have the first boat approaching the windward mark on the
That's
starboard
right.
tack. Let's see if we can zoom in a bit
first
to
boat
figure
with
out who it
with
is.
a healthy lead. If you look at it, 10 boat lengths at the very least.
Yes, easily. So as I expected, 225,477. Actually, it's 5977. That's Ankit Singh's
Yeah, that's a
Sisodia
great
from
tacking in the
NSS.
zone. The boat on the port tack.
Yeah, but the rounding becomes really difficult. They have to ease in the kicker to be able to flatten the boat out and be able to get onto a run.
Yeah, it's starting to become a lot more busy and chaotic in the zone here.
And actually, the downwind leg for this middle pack will be crucial. Depending on how well they sail the downwind, they will be able to capture good positions. So, like, there are good 4-5 boats that are on downwind together, and the one who sails the best run will be able to get good positions out here. Whereas the top leader seems like will just take away this win if he is able to be upright and maintain his lead.
Absolutely. Still a long race though. Anything can still happen. But he does seem to have a good 10 to 15. He did have a 10 to 15 boat length lead at the upwind mark rounding. And you can just see the difference in quality as well in races like these where the conditions are tricky. The boats lagging behind. The gap between the top boats and the bottommost boats is significant here.
Yeah, you can see a lot of close racing between the middle pack out there. And, on the run, the most important part is to constantly look behind and find the pressure patches and to be able to sail those pressure points. They give you the speed, and in laser, often and not, you want the boat to be planing. You can see some of these boats going really fast, especially when they've got their angle right. So, in Ilka 4, Ilka 6, Ilka 7, you need to put your weight little behind and pump the sail, or at least get the sail in right angle to be able to take advantage of the pressure.
Yeah, you can see the margins are really thin here. Second, third, fourth boats right behind
Actually,
each other.
I can't find the first boat, so I think these are the first 3 boats. Maybe the first boat did capsize or lost out
Or they
somewhere.
might have lost out a little bit. Okay, so maybe in that case it's the first 3 boats, but the
It is
margins
the
are
first 3
so
boats.
thin here.
Yeah, all 3 boats very close to one another. I think the first boat did something wrong and now has fallen behind the first 2 boats.
Yeah, definitely possible.
And closely followed by the jury as well to ensure that nobody is pumping. I do hear a whistle, so I'm not too sure if it was from land or if it was the jury
And
giving
some
out
of these
flags.
jibes will be crucial to get right as well, because you would not want to capsize when the race is this close. especially if you're fighting for a podium here at the regatta.
Yeah. The sailor, whoever rounds the mark first, the bottom mark first, would try and keep his lead by covering the fleet. But you know, if there are two sailors behind him, it becomes extremely difficult to be able to cover the fleet, because if both the sailors decide to go on two different sides, then it becomes extremely tricky for the leader to choose who to cover.
Yeah, that could have been one of the reasons for the first boat to sort of drop off a little bit.
Maybe it can play a big role going into the next beat. And because the jury is close by, you would actually notice that a lot of the sailors are behaving and not pumping in these waters, because as per rule you're allowed to pump once per wave, but here you don't have waves. It's just a
Yeah.
choppy condition. So understanding of the rules is very important.
And
Here
the
we have the
first
first boat rounding, and the second boat actually caught up. Initially the first boat had about good 10 boat length lead, when now it is just hardly 4 or 5 boat lengths, and the first boat is now struggling to hike.
Yeah,
Whereas
top three
the-
boats, one behind the other. Fourth boat coming close as well. So clean tacking you see here, no chaos. But I think a lot of the boats between position 6 to 10 or 6 to 15 will be a lot more close to each other as we approach
So
the
the
zone.
first two boats, Avinash, are from the same club.
Bhopal?
Bhopal. Both of the sailors
Amazing.
are from Bhopal. It's Rajveer Yadav and Ankit Singh Sisodia who are fighting it out in the first two position. Let's see if we can get the camera a bit left to follow the fleet. With that, you can also see how tricky the mark rounding is. And this is where the experience matters, because you can lose a lot of boat with a bad rounding.
No, 100%. It's extremely important to round the mark correctly and make sure you're stable.
Let's see if we can get the camera angle to the leaders, and if we are able to follow. Here we can also see 420s who have started, and it's a lot of work for the crew. When you are sailing the 420, you have to use a lot of weight, and now because the wind is about 12 knots, you are allowed to pump. And as you can see, the top crews are using their upper body and trying to keep the boat flat. It
Yeah, you can see it feels like these 420s are absolutely flying, in fact.
You know, on the beat they
On the-
start planing,
especially on
with
the upwind.
420. Yeah, even on upwind they start planing. The 420s can plane on upwind as well, because
It's
they don't
crazy.
really go extremely close to the wind, so they can plane in these conditions, and a lot of work from the crew is required. And it has become more like a match race between the top two boats in the 420, whereas the top boat is just covering the second boat. With that said, we also have Ilka 4 sailors on their second leg.
And we can see some of the techno sailors right in front of us, disappointed not being able to launch today with the weather conditions. So we have two boats in the techno class, both from Mumbai, but no sailing for them, unfortunately.
So here are the top guys in Ilka 4 who have opted to come all the way left and trying to play the left as the favored side. Let's see if Ankit is able to hold his position from Rajveer Yadav. So these are the top two guys fighting it out for the win.
Yes, that's Rajveer Yadav from NSS and Ankit Singh from NSS as well. So Rajveer is 22114 and Ankit in
5477.
225977.
Ali, they've made a mistake in the sheet that we have got, but it's 5477.
And Ankit's in the lead, right, as we speak?
Ankit is in the lead, but it's a close fight between the two. Because the moment Ankit tacks, he has to make sure that he tacks on the right shift, or else he will lose out from Rajveer.
That's right, and the tack will have to be good as well. So margins are thin here. Still can't tell the margins between the first two boats because of the visual, but once Ankit chooses to tack, we'll get a better sense.
So let's see if I can find who the 420 sailors are. You know, just to make it interesting. Yeah, beautiful visuals out there from the drone. We can see Ilka 4 sailors fighting it out in the second leg.
And we're seeing some of the 29er boats just launch from the jetty. So that's going to be super exciting, one that I'm looking for.
Yeah, you've been talking about it throughout the day that you wanted to see 29 sailors sail these conditions.
No, absolutely. It's a small fleet, but an experienced fleet on the 29er class of boats.
Let's see if we can go towards the windward mark, the black mark. Let's see if we can get visuals, because pretty soon we will be having Ilka 4 round their second leg and 420 rounding their second leg as well, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Second leg. Second loop, and then it's a downwind after this.
And then finish
then
on a reach.
Finish on a reach.
So the whole
As we can
fleet-
see, Ankit and Rajveer still occupying the first two spots, but we'll get a better sense of the positioning as we approach the zone.
And I can see even Opti Green Fleet launching now. So the race committee has decided to go ahead. They think the conditions are safe enough for these young guns to go out and race.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun watch.
And you know, the Ilka 4 is so brutal. I mean, these kids have just transitioned from Optis or, you know, other OPEC class of boats. And conditions like these can become very tough for these sailors, especially if you don't have a practice or habit of racing in heavy wind conditions. It can become really tough. And often and not, over a period of time, it just becomes like you tend to get into a fatigue. And the tough part for all these Ilka 4 sailors, or even Ilka fleet altogether, or most fleet, is that, you know, if you finish it in the first three, you at least get a small break right after the finish. But if you finish behind, often and not, you don't get enough rest, and you have to right away go and start the next race. So it's an incentive to finish in the top.
No, 100%. These are long races as well, so the body goes through a fair bit in a single race, let alone 4-5 hours of
Let's see if we
constant
can
racing.
zoom on the windward mark, the black mark, because now soon the boats will be rounding these mark.
Yeah, and if you look at it, the first boat is well clear. So
Yeah, the 420.
Okay.
The first 420 has rounded. The second one is just going to round.
You can see the Ilka sailors
5170.
hiking their lives out. They're giving it absolutely everything, because boat balance is
So the
extremely
second-
critical here on the upwind leg. 420 here at the mark rounding.
Yeah, 51701 is Isha Gupta and Ujjwal
And
from
54659.
SSC.
54659. Anyway, the
And
first
it is
Ilka boat.
Dikshita and M. Arvind from YCH.
22143 rounding the mark first here.
So that's
of the
Ankit.
Ilka 4.
That's Ankit rounding the mark.
Yeah.
First, he was able to maintain his lead, so he has shown experience and courage to be able to keep his lead, closely followed by Rajveer, I guess.
No, absolutely. He's done a good job to maintain position from start to this point, and hopefully he can take pole position here.
But it looks so much fun for the 420s as well. Their kite is up. They are flying the spinnaker, and this is going to be a challenge for them. If they have a bad jibe, the other boat can catch up.
Yeah, the 420 becomes really exciting on the downwind with the spinnaker. So
You can
more
actually
factors
see the second
definitely
boat
play in.
doing well. They are able to sail much lower and faster than the first boat out there. The first boat does feel like something is stuck, and you can see the helm trying to fix something with the rudder, and they are losing out.
Yeah, I feel
The
they've
first
lost
boat
out
is-
big time here. It could be
It's
The
either the
rudder-
angle or the way they are flying it. Something is not right. The
no,
second,
for sure, the second boat really speeding through and doing a good job here on the downwind leg.
so you have three boats simultaneously opting and going for the finish. You have Rajveer who's leading the race, and if you notice, actually second, third, fourth boat, there are 3 boats fighting it out for second. Earlier it did look like Rajvi would get it, but he has lost out on the beat somewhere. So let's see if we can go in the middle and closely follow the leaders.
Some of the Opti boats making their way to the start line as well. So we had a chance to speak to some of them. They're extremely tired after the first half of racing, but no rest here. They're back on water once more.
And now pretty soon, if you notice, the 420s will be jibing, and this is where the game will change.
You can see the 29er on screen approaching the start line.
Oh, a good jibe out there by the 420, and they clearly shown experience. The first boat is now slowly opening up from the second one.
The white spinnaker.
The white spinnaker, yes. They have made so much ground. And you can see the crew and helm coordinating it well. The helm has to do so much more. They have to fly as well as control the rudder with their legs.
Yeah, and the winds have started to pick up as well. It's absolutely gusting here at the Umiam Lake.
You can already see a few of the Optis bailing out water. So the struggle is real right from the start. And here you can see the 29ers practicing before their start. I think he will go and touch the mark. What do you think?
No. I think it should be clear. Now we have a better angle here.
Let's go to the finish, because all these boats will be approaching the finish mark. Can we have the visual for finish? And let's just keep it at this. Pretty soon we will see the 420s and the 420s rounding the mark and Ilka 4 going for their finish. It's surprising to see only 2 420s out there.
Yeah.
Ideally it was supposed to be 5 boats
See
racing.
if I can get a better view, but it looks like
It was
there
supposed
are
to be
only
5.
First, there are only 2 420s.
It was supposed to be 5 boats.
7 in fact, but
No, 5 in the A fleet. This is the A fleet. So the 420 is now going for their first boat has rounded their mark and well ahead of the second boat.
yeah, so once you round the downwind mark, the boats will go on a reach.
No, they'll go
to
on
the
a
finish
beat.
line. You're going to beat to the finish line?
Yeah, this is the second loop for the 420.
Oh, right.
Oh, actually, there's a change in position. I think Ankit did something wrong and has lost out.
The white 420 is first, all on track.
Ankit was out in second only at the middle mark.
Yeah, he was right.
He rounded first. But I didn't see him only. No, he crossed it on the upwind.
Yeah, you can see the lasers are on their second loop here, and now they will approach the finish line on a reach.
Yeah. First is Preet. Ankit is second. 1, 4, 3.
So both the top 2 sailors belonging to
So
Bhopal.
Preet actually finishing the race first and is from NYSC. We have his coach who is confirming live that Preet finished first, Ankit finished second. What a
Perfect.
race. And he capsizes right after the finish.
Yeah,
But wow,
not sure
close
that was
race.
intentional.
Yeah, it is a close race. And this is Rajvi rounding now. So it is a tough task to track the race and these sailors just from land, because we couldn't have the drones flying. So everything that you see is from land cameras, and to zoom in and to ensure we are getting the right numbers is a little tough, but we are trying our best.
Yeah, the media team doing a great job here. Everyone on the camera, the commentary, fantastic work from everyone on land.
Oh, you can see Optis struggling even to make it to the start line. So, oh my God, it is going to be tough for these sailors. And one more capsize. Oh, poor soul.
Oh, that's an Opti capsizing.
Yeah, with that,
Must have had a heavy lunch.
if you notice, most most of the Ilka 4 boys have managed to finish their race. There are 22 boys who are racing, and with that, I think Ilka 4 girls also will be finishing their race pretty soon. So let's see if we can spot Ilka 4 girls who are now approaching their finish. Here you can see some of the Ilka 4 girls sailing. They are struggling with this wind. So I think this is the first Ilka 4 girls who are rounding the mark.
But I think they are watching the stream. That's why he came and told that this one is closed.
And another capsize there. One of the Ilka boats, but I think they must have finished the race.
No, this is the Ilka 4 girls who are racing.
And they're still racing, okay.
Yeah, there are 6 of them racing. So let's see if we can spot who the leader is, or if the leader has finished the race already. So Ilka 4 girls have 6 sailors sailing, and all 6 are from different club, Avinash. That's the interesting bit. Wow, the wind is really picking up, and the gusts are really strong. So the difference between the gust and the normal wind would be a good 6-7 knots difference. And you can see all these 29ers going out really fast. So it will be fun to see all these boats plane. Here we can see last few Ilka 4 boys rounding and going for their finish. And on the coast we can see quite a few laser sailors struggling to recover from their capsize. So let's see if they will ask for rescue. And I somehow cannot find the
It feels like
420.
the winds have picked up a fair bit over the last few seconds. I wonder how it's like on water, but
And
that
Avinash,
could be
by-
an explanation for a lot of these capsizes we're witnessing as well.
But by any chance, can you see where are the 420s? Suddenly they have vanished from the course. I somehow not been able to find 420s out on the course on their second leg. Oh, there was
It's all over the place here. Everything.
actually one
everything's
420 had
kicking off.
capsized, and maybe the second one also capsized. So it's interesting. Both the
This-
420s capsized and now have just recovered and are now getting back to
You can see
racing.
a lot of boats capsizing once the gust has hit. So it's a lot of chaos here, but hopefully things are safe, under control with the rescue team.
You can see these Ilka 4 girls.
Should be
Struggling.
25 knots.
A little less than, like close to 20 knots. The gust would be 20-22.
Yeah.
And the usual wind is around 17 to 18, gusting all the way to 22-24. So I hope the gust remains like this, so we'll see more capsizes and the results shifting, just like the Opti. There was only 1 or 2 consistent sailors, the rest were just all over the place.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. The scoring is going to be very interesting. We need 10 races, by the way, for 2 discards. So I just heard. So very likely that we should have 10 races across classes over the course of these next few days, but still early to tell. Conditions here absolutely fantastic, though.
Yeah,
On
in,
day one.
in Umiam I've noticed that the wind condition keeps changing. So we
Yeah.
cannot be sure that they will be able to sail all the 10. But I think so. Most of the sailors will be hoping that they are able to do 10 races to get their 2 discards after
Yeah.
a bad day.
Yeah.
But if the wind remains like this, those 2 discards won't be enough. Here I think the visuals. Oh, what a capsize! The wind near the windward mark is a lot higher.
Yeah, it's crazy how I think most of the boats that are capsizing, if not all, are on the upwind leg, windward leg.
Yeah, which is unusual. Most of the time it is on the downwind leg where people capsize, but yeah, some of the sailors clearly struggling even on the upwind. And the thing is, most cases on the upwind when you capsize, the first thing that you need to do is loosen your boom wang. If you don't do that, you'll keep capsizing.
Yeah.
Here you can see the 420 which had capsized is now heading for the windward mark rounding, and it's a lonely race for them. So they'll be trying to finish the race at the moment because there will be a time limit within
we've
which.
seen one of the sailors fall out.
Oh
That
damn!
went through.
See, now she needs to loosen the kicker soon.
Okay, that's a quick recovery. The sailor's back.
But let's see if they will be able to make it in the time limit. So right now their whole aim would be to just finish the race.
Yeah,
And
it'll be interesting to see if they would put up the kite as well, because it looks like they
They
just
are
need to finish,
struggling.
and the winds are strong enough, so they shouldn't have a problem. But it'll be interesting to see how brave they are.
Yeah, the wind has clearly picked up. All
Brave
the
or
papers
foolish?
are flying away here. I think Ilka 4 girls are now finishing the race. If I can see, let me see if I can confirm
The
that.
camera folks struggling as well to give us the right visuals.
21801.
The finish line is quite far away from where we are seated right now.
211801. Yes, is Katyani Kaushik. With that, we'll just take a short break and we'll be back with the next set of racing. For Ilka 4, it's going to be race number 3. For 29er, it will be race number 1. 420 would be race number 2. And Opti Green Fleet will be race number 1. So, a lot of racing left for the day. We'll be back soon, so stay tuned.
I'll be abusing them. Hello, sail back only. What rescuing me?
साइज टी शर्ट कर देना एक्सेल। जी साहब, हमारे पास डबल एक्सेल शायद बच्ची होगी, डबल एक्सेल दे देना उसको। जी साहब। राहुल कम इन। ऑल अंडर कंट्रोल।
जी साहब, जी साहब।
ओके।
Identify the sale number from here.
Sometimes we can.
Okay.
मतलब near the mark rounding and everything. Like now we can.
I mean, which sale, which
This
race?
is Ilka for boys, third race.
And what about the second? Ilka for girls is that?
Girls very difficult to spot. Because by the time these guys are finishing, we can't follow through where the first girl is.
Okay.
So because they start after the boys.
Okay.
Or I don't know if they are starting together.
I'm looking for the sale number. Ends with 802. Yes, once you complete.
02.
802.
Yeah, very difficult to spot. I think the 29er will start now.
Not 20. 3 races will happen today.
3 races.
Boys keep going. Second race, first one was Katyani, right?
I don't know the result. I don't know the first.
Keep watching, he says.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know these people personally, so I don't know. I can't spot. I'm actually hoping tomorrow I'll have the result sheet so it's easier to track. We have to find the number and be like, okay, tomorrow at least I know the top 4-5. It's easier.
Girls are sitting 5.
6. Ilka 4, no? Ilka 6 is open.
गौतम कम इन। गौतम 575। नेपा में वो मैडम से बात करना, बोला कि 6 तारीख तक का एक टेंटेटिव बिल बना के दे देंगे। रॉजर सर। कंसिडरिंग चेकआउट ऑन 6। रॉजर सर। ताकि हम उसका पैसा बजट कर लें। अंडरस्टूड सर।
कैप्साइज तो नहीं हो गई कहीं?
यहीं पे होगी, अगर होगी तो मतलब या तो राइट पे होगी।
हो सकता है वो राइट पे हो। I think that's bad.
No, they are going on for their third race. भाई ये जो ब्लैक मार्क है, जब ये फर्स्ट बोट आसपास पहुंचेगी ना, तब उस पे शिफ्ट कर देना एंड वहां से मैं फिर लाइव ले लूंगा।
3 शायद करे,
But 4 boats are there.
6 होनी चाहिए, शायद 2 वापस आ गई होंगी, कोई आइडिया नहीं।
तेरी बेटी का है, मुझे पता नहीं चला।
सेल नंबर क्या था?
एक वंशिका पूरी फर्स्ट वन है, 802।
802 आई थिंक ये है 802 211802।
यस, हाँ यही है।
यहाँ पे बॉम्बे में सेल करते हैं क्या? तूने कहा खड़ा कहाँ से?
नहीं, CME नहीं, कॉलेज ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग
किधर है ये?
काकोड़ी, खड़की के पास।
अभी लोग सेल करते हैं क्या आप भी का कर रहे हो?
कॉलेज ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग में हमारा घर भी
बाकी हस्बैंड भी आगे नहीं है।
मेरा हस्बैंड नेवी में है, स्पाइन सर्जन।
हाँ?
स्पाइन सर्जन।
अच्छा, वाओ। तो अभी कहाँ पे हो?
अपनी खड़की। मैं नेवी में हूँ, बट कंट्री पोस्टिंग।
तो अच्छा है।
कात्यानी में फंसा की नेवल ऑफिसर है।
सही है, फर्स्ट पे विंड है।
वंशिका फर्स्ट, दिस इज हर फॉर इल्का 4, दिस इज हर फर्स्ट विंड।
सबसे पहले शी वाज सेलिंग ऑफ टी। It's a tough day at office. बट पहले सेल कर रखा है तो इट्स नॉट दैट डिफिकल्ट।
Wind is too high, top size.
फर्स्ट राउंड करके 2-0 क्या था सेल नंबर?
And we are back live at the 4th YI Northeast Regatta 2026. We are watching Ilka 4 boys round the windward mark. This is the race 3 of the day. And actually the first sailor had rounded but ended up capsizing right after the mark rounding. So right now we have 4 boats who are on their downwind leg and fighting it out for the first 3 positions. And it's a close racing between the top 4 guys. So let's see if we can follow this race with the top guys. So right from the previous race we can actually see 2 sailors who are showing consistent performance. We have Ankit It's a tough fight out there. The wind has picked up, and right now we are following Ilka 4 boys race. This is their 3rd race for the day. And on the same course, you will also see 29er sailors. There are 4 29er sailors, out of which I can see 1 has capsized. So here you can see all the Ilka 4 boys rounding the mark, and very soon there will be Ilka 4 girls who will start their race, followed by the Opti Green fleet. Now let's see if we can follow the top 4 sailors and in the Ilka 4 boys. It's a close fight for them, 4 of them together. Right now we have the visual from the windward mark. This is the mid pack which is rounding, and here are the top guys who have rounded. This is the 29er that is sailing on the same course. Now these are the top 2 guys in the Ilka 4 class of boat who are fighting it out. One is from 5977 is Ankit Singh Sisodia, and close to him is one of the Russian sailors. We have Klimov sailing. He is a sailor from Russia who is fighting it out for the first 2 positions. It's a close battle between the 2. Actually, the first sailor has a good lead, who is far ahead. I'm not able to see the sail number, but he is clearly in the lead with 10 boat lengths. So I think he will go on to finish first if he is able to not make any mistakes or capsize. He should be in a good position to finish first. He has a good commanding lead, followed by 2 boats. One is a Russian sailor, one Indian, Ankit Singh Sisodia. Sorry, my bad. He's a sailor from NSS. The one who is leading the race, we are not able to find his sail number yet. So at the mark rounding, it will be nice to see if we are able to spot his sail number. So actually, one thing to notice is Ilka 4 boys, bottom of the fleet, all of them have been together, and yeah, the whole pack has been together. So it's not like we have too many sailors lagging behind. By now they are much experienced. Let's see. 221143. 221143 is Preet Siwal. He has won the second race and now looks like he will win the third race as well. He is doing well out there, and it's a good fight between the first 3 boats, but Preet clearly has an advantage. He is from the Naval Sailing School. Naval Sailing Club, NYSC. He is doing well out there and has decided to go on the starboard side of the fleet. The idea would be that he would play the middle and right, and take all the advantage of the fresh breeze coming from the right. But most of the fleet has been going to the left, because in the middle, if you notice, there is a slight pressure that comes from the left, and idea for all these young boys would be to take that first shift out and get back into the right side of the course. With that, we have the visual of the 3 29ers that have closely rounded to one another, and followed by the 4 29er as well. We have 3 29er boys and 1 29er girls team taking part in this event, all 4 racing together. And at the moment, it does look like the girls are leading the race. The girls are from Malaysia, and even in boys there is a Malaysian team, one from the army, one from NSS. They all are racing close to one another, so the fleet is really good. It's a compact fleet. With that, we have the visual of the first Ilka 4 sailor with the sail number 221143. It is Preet Siwal from NYSC who is leading the race at the moment. And at the moment, the strategy for him would be to just cover the fleet, keep tacking on top of the second boat, and make sure he is between the second boat and the windward mark. Right now, Ilka 4 boys are on their second upwind. With that, you will also see the 29er boats soon on your screen. They are planing and going really fast. So it is nice to see all these 29er boats planing in these conditions and going really fast. And it's really nice to see all these boats, but they will have to keep clear of the all the Ilka 4. Here you can see the first boat, the first 29er. This is the Malaysian girls who are leading the 29er race. And unlike the boys, the Opti boys, here Malaysian girls are dominating the 29er fleet. This is their first race for the day, and right now they are on their downwind leg, approaching the leeward mark, and they will have a gate at the down, so it will be important to see where they decide to round. But irrespective, they have good 5 to 10 boat lengths from the second boat, so if they do not capsize, they will be in the lead far ahead, and they are crossing the Ilka 4 boys fleet at the moment. With that, let's see the first boat that is leading the race. Here we have Preet Siwal leading the race, and he has good 5 to 6 boat length lead, so comfortable lead out here, and he has decided to come on the left of the course. And the idea would be that he would try and approach the ley line of the course and would tack and approach the windward mark from the left onto the boat tack. And here you can see the second boat is easily 6 to 7 boat lengths behind, so clearly Preet is dominating this fleet and has taken advantage of the wind conditions so far. In the second race he did manage to win by 4 to 5 boat lengths, and this time it looks like he is in even better situation. He has decided to tack now and take advantage of the shift, and actually he is tacked at a good time. He is not overshooting the mark, and right below him I think Ankit had decided to tack, but it was a bad idea to tack in the dirties of the first sailor. So I clearly don't understand the strategy shown by the second sailor. It would have been better to just go for 5 boat lengths more and then tack and cover the fleet. Maybe he is worried about the third boat who is closely followed, and yeah, so I think the strategy was just to cover the fleet for the second boat to secure his spot. With that, the fleet is still going towards the left of the course, and once again all the boats on the left have started to tack, and only one boat on left is really going extreme. The rest of the fleet has decided to tack and now are heading towards the starboard side of the course. So right now we are following the Ilka 4 boys race. Here you can see how physical it is for these boys to race. And that's a good tack out there by the young sailor. 8191. Let's see who that is. 8191, that's Rahul Sonar, a young sailor from TSC. Clearly showing how hard you have to sail to keep the boat flat and sail fast. Here we can actually see Ilka 4 girls race. They are on the same course as the boys, and extremely tough conditions for them to sail this course. Here I can see GBR. Let's see who GBR is. So 22143 Ilka 4 boys now rounding, approaching the windward mark. He will come onto the ley line, tack and approach the mark on port. He has a good lead at the moment, and unlike the first rounding, he will have to ensure that he does not capsize right after the windward mark, because that could open an opportunity for others to catch up. But at the moment he does look comfortable. He has overshot the mark a bit, but it's fine. At the moment he can afford to do that. He is approaching the windward mark from port, whereas there is tough competition out there for the second place. You can see the second boat it's pretty shifty near the windward mark, so you can see how much the sailor Preet had to bear down while approaching the windward mark, and he did lose out a bit, I feel. So 277, let's see who that is. 5477, Ankit has managed to catch up with Preet. So clearly something wrong in strategy for Preet, but lucky enough he is still close, and the fight for first and second is going to be really close. Let's go back to the windward mark. Let's see if we can see the mark rounding for Ilka 4 girls, because I think there is Ilka 4 girls as well who will be rounding this mark. So tough fight between the first two Ilka 4 boys for the third race. So sail number 801 Katyani Kaushik is rounding the windward mark, as I can see. She sails for INWTC Mumbai and has got a good rounding out there. With that, let's see if we can go back to the first two sailors. This is the fight for the first position right now. Preet is able to be in between the second boat and the mark. He is able to be the inner boat while approaching the downward mark, and yeah, it's gonna be a strategic game between the first two, and they will also have to ensure that they're not pumping too much, because the jury will also be behind them and will ensure that none of these two sailors are taking advantage of Rule 42. So a good fight between the first two sailors out here. We are halfway through and they both are glued to one another. So at the moment there is no clear advantage between the two. With that, we can still see a lot of sailors rounding the windward mark. But let's just try and see if we can follow this race between the leaders of the Ilka 4 boys in race 3. And here Preet has decided to jibe. So now it's going to be a starboard port situation. But at the moment it does look like Preet had a good jibe. But closely followed by Ankit. So Ankit really is in a gust and has good speed. And he does look like he might be able to catch a position out here. So it's a tough fight for the first position in third race of Ilka 4 boys, and I don't think it was a good idea for Preet to jibe onto port jibe, and yeah, it's going to be tough mark rounding. So let's see if Ankit will be able to capitalize on this situation and will have a good jibe around the mark rounding. So as we are approaching the downwind mark, let's see. Let's look at the mark on the right hand side, the bottom mark near the finish. Let's see if we can get a visual of that. At the moment it does look like Ankit is doing well, and post the jibe will be close to Preet. It does look like Preet has lost out a few inches from his lead, and it will be tough for him to catch up. So yes, it indeed does look like Ankit might take away this win. He needs a good jibe out here to round the mark. He has reached the mark first, so he clearly did well out there on the downwind leg. A good jibe by him, and he will be approaching the finish, closely followed by Preet. So it's a fight to the finish. Both of them sail together, so they will be having a quick chat right after the finish. So at the moment, the way it is going to end, it does look like Ankit will take away the win from Preet. Preet did have a good race right from the start, but he did lose out on the second beat. So with that, Ankit has finished has he finished the race? Yes, he has finished the race, and post that decided to capsize. I don't know for what reason. With that, if you look at right, we have the Opti Green fleet that has started the race, and here we also have the 29er on their second leg, going towards the finish. Can we follow the first boat which is in the middle? Let's see if we can see the 29er boat in the middle of the course, which is going for their finish. This is the second downwind for the 29er sailors. Let's go to the finish line. If you notice, we can see the first 29er approaching the mark. It would be nice to see if they will lower the sail and finish, or will they opt to just go on the reach. As of now, it does look like they are opting to go on the reach. It is 29 girls who will be finishing first, the sailors from Malaysia. And it's going to be a tough finish for them. But they clearly are in the lead and will finish comfortably first in the 29er. So it is interesting to see how well they have dominated this race when compared to the boys. Boys finishing at least 5 to 6 boat lengths behind and are struggling to round the mark because there are so many boats near the finish and they are overpowered. Let's see if they will capsize or they will be able to hold the position. The boys are able to hold the position and they will be able to finish the race comfortably. So with that, 29 boys have just managed to finish their race, and we can also see the Opti Green Fleet racing. So Opti Green Fleet with their first race that has started. These are young sailors who have just now begun their sailing journey, and these are sailors who have just started sailing within the span of 6 months to 1 year. So good conditions for them. At the moment I have the results with me for Ilka 4 girls. From the first 2 races, it is the Malaysian sailor who is leading the race, Amina Azmi, who is leading the race, closely followed by the TNSA sailor Michelle Mitra, and closely followed by Vanshika Puri, who got 3rd and 4th in her races. And post that there is Tulsi, Katyani, Sophia. So there are 6 Ilka 4 girl sailors out there racing it hard, and right now they are on their 3rd race, and the way it is, they must be on their 2nd beat at the moment. You can see Ilka 4 girls. I think it is the first sailor here that we can see on the beat. This is the 2nd beat for Ilka 4 girls with sail number 215061. It is Noor Amina Fateh who is leading the race for Ilka 4 girls at the moment. She looks like in a comfortable lead. And there are actually 2 boats close to one another in the middle, as I can see from my sitting position. This is Noor Amina who is leading the race. With that, Ilka 4 boys have finished their racing and will be heading back to land. And pretty soon we will also have Ilka 4 girls who will finish their race. At the moment they are on the 2nd upwind leg, and at the moment the girl from Malaysia is sailing well. You can also notice that the Opti race going on in the Green Fleet. This is their first race, and here on the left hand side of the course you can see a race between the Indian and Malaysian actually had to avoid the Indian, so the tacking boat had to keep clear, but yeah, the Malaysian sailor being smart, it's a tacking game between the two. I think these are the first 2 boats and they are fighting it out and fighting hard. The race between the Malaysian sailor and the Indian sailor. The Indian sailor with sail 1634 and Malaysian sailor 901. Let's see if I can find who these 2 are.
Team racing is, you are missing out to see this kind of packing match, which the softies are doing it here in the fleet racing. Just those 2 sports.
So 1634 is Prince Dharampal from TSC, who is leading the race at the moment, closely followed by Mohammad Zulfan Akif from Malaysia, KSA. So both of them having a tacking match out there. And with that, we can also see a Sri Lankan boy who is sailing. I'm not able to find the sail number, so let's see if I am able to see the sail number. I will tell you. It will either be Dhiren Pereira or Anirudh, TM Anirudh. So at the moment, it does look like a match racing situation between the Opti boys. No, actually Opti Green Fleet with a sailor from Malaysia and India constantly tacking on one another, with the Malaysian clearly tacking on top of the fleet and controlling the race at the moment. So it's going to be a close race between the two. So at the moment the race is between Mohammad Zulfan and Prince Dharampal. And here's a visual of the first Ilka 4 girls rounding the second leg, or actually going towards the second leg. So we have the Malaysian sailor leading the race with sail number 901. It's a good question, Avinash. Why is a Malaysian sailing the Green Fleet? Maybe he just started sailing. So the Green Fleet is generally
to India. I mean, I'm a little confused. So actually, looking at the quality of this race, at least the top few sailors, it looks like they would be competent enough to sail the Gold Fleet or the race that got over earlier, right? So it just goes to show you how high the quality here is at the Northeast Regatta.
Yeah, even the Green Fleet sailors, actually it does look like they're sailing better than the Gold Fleet.
But I think the wind has also dropped a little bit right in time for the less experienced sailors. So
here we have the first sailor rounding the mark in Opti Green Fleet.
Is that the Malaysian boat?
Yes, it is Mohammad Zulfan Akif from KSA. Clearly leading the race, closely followed by Prince Dharampal from TSC.
Bailing out water on the downwind leg rapidly.
And then we have TM Anirudh, who is from Sri Lanka, RCYC, Royal Colombo Yacht Club. So actually, if you notice, top 5 sailors are all international except one Indian.
Yeah, it's actually quite peculiar that they're sailing the Green Fleet. So unless they've overslept, they should be in the Gold Fleet today.
Let's see if we can go to the windward mark, the black mark, where the first Ilka 4 boat is rounding the mark. Oh, it is. Yeah, it is the Ilka 4 boat which has just rounded the mark and heading on the downwind leg with sail number.
That's the first Ilka boat?
I think the Ilka 4 girls. Can you see the number?
Cannot see the number, but it looks like a very healthy lead.
Yes, closely followed by 21801. Let's see, 21801 is Katyani Kaushik from INWTC Mumbai.
So she'll need to do a lot of work there to catch up with the first boat, because the gap seems to be extremely huge between the first and the second boat. So should be a comfortable finish for the first boat. Is this the second loop or the first for the?
This is the second loop. Ilka 4 girls. This is the second loop, and I think we are following the first boat at the moment. It does look like 794. Let me see who is 794. 794 is Tulsi Patle. Here you can see the leaders of the Opti, and the Indian has done well to catch up with the Malaysian sailor. A jibe by the Malaysian sailor. Now both of them are on the same jibe. The windward would have to keep clear, but the Malaysian sailor has to establish the overlap, which he has now. So if the Indian now decides to go on the right, he can get penalized, or the Malaysian can take him a little higher than the proper course. At the moment, it's a good fight between the first two. So at the moment, the race is being led by
these two top
Zulfan.
sailors here have definitely been doing a bit of match racing, even on the upwind and a bit on the downwind leg here.
So the idea for Prince would be to cover the wind of Zulfan and cover his wind so that he can catch up with him and get close to him. As you can see, Prince is a lot more confident, has put his center board fully up. which could be risky. One bad gust and he'll be swimming. So
And you wouldn't want that in an opti.
definitely, it becomes a bathtub. You can just carry your soap and take a bath if you end up capsizing. So in no situation you would ever want to capsize in an opti.
No, absolutely. You can see some of the Ilka sailors here in the zone at the mark rounding.
Yes, I can see sail 211802. Let's see if I can find who that
The
is.
sailors must
That
be
is Vanshika
slightly
Puri.
relieved as well with the drop in wind. So it was not more than 20 minutes ago. It was gusting at about 22, 23 knots, and now it seems to have dropped significantly. I think these would be more comfortable, stable conditions for anyone, irrespective of experience
So I think
level.
they are going for finish directly. Is it, Avinash? At the moment, it does look like the optis are going for finish. It's just a loop for them, and it's a close finish for the two sailors. Most likely, it does look like the Malaysian sailor will take away the victory.
Yeah, looks to be a close race. Still unsure if they're going for the
Oh
finish.
no, they are going for the mark rounding,
They're going
but
for
I
the mark
think.
rounding, yeah.
Oh, I thought.
You can see the 29er boats as well in action there.
Yeah,
on the beat.
the 29ers have just started, and you can also see the Techno sailor out there with sail number 27.
That's right, and with me we have the coach of the Techno sailors. Both of them are from Mumbai, and we have Shilpa, who's just joined us in the commentary area. How are you feeling about the folks from your team?
Well, they are pretty new in taking up, techno. They both are opti sailors, so I still, want to encourage them to get through different boats. Yeah.
So right now we have Arjun Marathe, who is in Techno Boys, Techno 293 Boys. He is from YAM. What is
Yachting
YAM?
Association of Maharashtra.
Oh wow, there's Yachting Association of Maharashtra. Avinash, do you want membership? Shilpa can help you.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, we should have a affiliation with RMYC.
I don't know about RMIC. I need a membership.
For sure, welcome.
But having said that, in Techno Girls we have Ritika
Sandeep
Sandeep Matre.
She's just 9 years old.
She is just 9 years old. Has shown courage to sail in these conditions and take up Techno.
And she's very lightweight. She's I don't think she's more than 34 kgs.
It'd be hard to sail the upwind, right?
Yeah, but it's a challenge that she's taken up. So we are really proud of her.
So you could see just after the mark rounding, it was T. Akhil who was fighting it out, and right now approaching the finish would be the first Ilka 4 girls, who had a solid jibe now with sail number 794. Let's see if I can find 794. 794 is Tulsi, who's going for the finish, closely followed by 801 with his Katyani Kaushik. So it will be a good finish for them. I'm not too sure if these are the lead boats, but between the two, it is Tulsi who's going to take the win. So with that, we can
we have a
see
capsize.
one opti which has capsized, and behind you have 1494 and 1705. Let's see if I can find their sail numbers.
So you can see the bathtub now.
So in opti green, I'm not able to spot 1494. So no idea who that is, but I can see Malaysia 902.
Yeah, but I don't have the name in the
Yeah, we don't have the names.
So 902 is Mohammad Zulfan Akif, who does seem like is doing a great job.
This Malaysian opti sailor is brilliantly able to keep up the position.
Yeah, but a good fight out there by the YCH sailor with sail number 1706. That is Konda Samanyu from YCH. She is doing well out there. At least 706. I don't have half the names here, so clearly there
Honda
is.
Samanu seems to be a very lightweight, but he's able to keep up the boat.
Yeah, and I don't have 1494, so clearly I need to go back to the Regatta office, get the new updated list. to be able to track who's who. But unlike the morning, the green fleet is much more packed together, which is much better racing from the green fleet at the moment. They are closely packed to one another, which shows that the skill level of all these sailors are on par with one another. And closely, like if you notice, there are 6-7 boats together, which is really good to see. And let me remind you, these are sailors who have just started sailing or are in their early journey of sailing. So at the moment, all the commentators are feeling the heat with sun directly on our face. So tough to find sail numbers. And as you can see from my voice, it is very tiring.
Due a water break. Should have a glass. But yeah, the sun is quite sharp here. In fact, we've not seen much of the sun over the last 4 or 5 days, but today it's been all out. In fact, the sunrise is quite early here. The sun is quite bright at 5:45 itself, AM that is. So sunset is again early. So pretty sharp here.
1705 is Konda Samanyu. She is now fighting with 902, but earlier we had Prince Dharampal, who was fighting for the first position, has clearly lost out on his performance. I can't find him right now. So clearly there was something off.
Yeah, there's a lot of things off in this race, I think, looking at the number of countries sailing the green fleet.
There are more international teams in the green fleet than the main fleet.
Yeah.
So
amazing.
Clearly, I think there is a cash award in green fleet, or the award
I
is
think
bigger
that
and
makes
better.
sense because this regatta does have a cash award. I'm not sure if it's there for the green fleet as well, but that should be the only reason, I think, to sail in this fleet.
But just like the main fleet, even the green fleet is being dominated by the Malaysian sailor, and actually even Ilka 6 is dominated by the Malaysian sailor. So clearly the Malaysians are doing really well.
Yeah,
they have got their
and
best
they'll
here.
definitely be coming back for more Northeast regattas.
Yeah, just to win the money. With that, we can see the 29er sailor
in action.
Let's see how their rounding goes and how quickly they are able to put the Jenneker up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it has taken them 9 boat lengths to put the sail up, which is pretty bad and disgusting to see, but they are doing well. I mean, irrespective, they're leading the pack, so it's fine. They can afford to do that.
Yeah, the 29 is going to be a fun watch, especially on the downwind with the is it a spinnaker, right? Or
Jenneker.
The Jenneker.
So it's an asymmetric spinnaker, which is often known as Jenneker. With that, you can see the first Opti green sailor who is rounded, and with this
tag,
1705
struggling with the tack edge, was on second position but has lost 2 boats there.
So with this tag, you can understand why he is in the green fleet, and and he's clearly struggling and sculling. And Empires would be watching this race closely.
He's trying to get out of winds.
Yeah, but
1706 and
has touched the mark and is,
1705. Okay, clean grounding there by 1705, but sail number 1706 losing some ground with a poor tack there.
Now she needs to put the center. Oh, you can see the capsize.
And we see a capsize at the downwind mark. I think we're trying to jibe.
Yeah, I think he was trying to ease his sheet, and there is a gust patch there, so clearly got off guard.
Yep.
And
hopefully he can still get back up, recover, and finish the race.
I think 1634 was planning to do a penalty, or maybe just trying to help his friend, has decided to stay close by. I don't know what he's trying to do. I think 2 penalties.
I think he's definitely doing a penalty. There's no room for helping here in a race.
So
not unless safety is a concern. But
so there is a
it's good to see 1705 back up.
And now has to do the hard work of bailing out water.
Yep.
The worst thing to do in an Opti. is to
The
bail out
29ers,
water.
they're absolutely flying.
Yeah, it would be fun to sail 29er here with this breeze. You can plane, you really feel that you're going fast. And
So what do you think makes the 29er a slightly different boat compared to a traditional double hander like the 420 or 470?
so it's a skiff. The way the boat is designed, it is much lighter, and yeah, it is unstable. But it is much more fun to sail this class of boat. They do not have broad angles to sail, so they often have to sail close reaches or broad reaches, but they cannot go on a dead run. So that's what makes them fast. You tend to reach planing speeds really quickly, and in 29er it's often not. You need to sail fast rather than go for the shifts. The idea is to maintain speed, and that's what would get you in the top. Unlike 420s or lasers, which are more tactical when compared to 29er or 49er, the skiff boats, you really need to maintain speed. Here you can see the
Interesting.
Opti sailor now casually sailing and in a comfortable lead, going towards the leeward mark. He will jibe and then head towards the finish. It's a 2-loop race, and in the background you can also see 29ers now approaching.
Is Krishna part of this race?
No, he's in the main fleet, not on the green fleet.
Oh yeah, there's a green fleet, yeah.
A good jibe out there by the Malaysian sailor. I'm still confused, why is he in the green fleet?
He can smell the cash already.
Yeah, if I was in his position, I would have. So 29er boys trying some stunt. They have decided to put their sail down, and wow, there's a change in position. So clearly the 29er are now heading for the beat, their second beat, with sail number 1.
Yeah,
Let me
this
see if
will
I
have
can
to
find
be a good douse of the Jenica for the second 29er. Actually, it's not the best douse.
So three
And you can see
29ers
the
out
other
there.
29ers going past them.
3 29ers together.
So 2487 struggling a bit with the mark round, with the douse of the Jenica, but they are still in the running there. They've dropped one position.
So at the moment it is Mohammad Hamzi Hin Swan and Alif Noor from MSN who are leading the race, with closely followed by the rest 3 sailors. We have Akash and Rubin with sail number 69. We have Rudresh Singh Patil and Mayank Rajput with sail number 350, and other Malaysian sailors Noor Izani and Anina Zulka in the 29er fleet with sail number MAS 2487. So they actually won the first race but are now in the second position on the second upwind leg of the 29er. With that, you can see the Optis finishing the race. The top 5-6 are finishing the race and will get a break.
Yeah, this has been a good watch.
Actually, it's better than the main fleet race.
And you
Main
can see the
fleet had
Techno
more win.
sailors. Are they racing? They are racing.
Yes,
So
they are.
Techno, yes, they are racing one another. They would have started together, but will be scored separately.
Oh, one boy, one girl. That's why.
Yes. So the good part for them is they are going to come first in their fleet,
Any which ways.
either which ways, and each race they are going to show consistent performance of finishing first
Or second.
or second.
Just first.
If they don't manage to finish, yes, second.
Fantastic tactics here by
Yeah.
the.
If they don't round the windward mark in time limit, it will be a race called off for them.
Yeah.
So that
A
was
tactical
nice.
So
approach
this
by the
29er
Mumbai
race
team.
looks really nice from here. You can see all 3 fighting for second position. And
Getting up with Techno was a last moment decision because we were somewhere sure that we have shortage of boat and we would not get Optis on charters here.
oh, so that is
and,
why you decided for Techno to get the gold and cash prize.
Yeah.
A strategic move. At least some of your costs will be taken care of.
But the best part is that we've been teaching at Yachting Association of Maharashtra in Mumbai Uran. We teach kids not only optis but also all the boats which are possible available with us.
That's really good. So the main center is Pune, is it? Or Mumbai?
No, we have in Mumbai.
Mumbai, okay. Nice, I like the name Yam.
Yam, yes. It's always yam.
Yam. So we have...
Yes, YAM, Yachting Association of Maharashtra.
It sounds better than YAI. Is it, Avinash? So good laughter out here in the commentary box. We have one 29er who's clearly in the lead with sail number 1 from the Malaysia. Close, at least rest 3 boats are fighting for the second position, and it's a good battle out there. So let's see if we can see the 29ers fighting it out in the middle of the course.
And we now again have a gusty wind.
Yeah, I mean, but it doesn't, the way these opti sailors are sailing, it doesn't look like it is new for them. They all look little experienced. They are able to handle the situation. The 420 clearly struggling. There is a problem, and they are somehow trying to get their spinnaker in. But it is interesting to see that only 2 420s went out. So I don't know what happened. It was supposed to be a fleet of 5 who were supposed to race in the afternoon today, but unfortunately I can't see the rest of the 3 boats. So maybe they decided not to go out, or they did not get the boats on time.
Could be the reason. But then
Most
we had
likely
the
the
boats,
second one.
We had the boats almost all ready. I mean, equipments were sufficient.
No, but in the morning I remember that there was still a last bit of chaos going on with boats not being given to the people who have chartered the boat.
So how the scoring would work then? If
So they have been divided into 2 fleets, A and B, and they were supposed to be scored based on whatever they finish in their fleet, and tomorrow they were supposed to again switch boats, and the fleet was supposed to be mixed up, but now I don't know what's happening. But with all said and done, right now sail number 1 in 29er is number 1 in the fleet, leading the race right away.
Oh, superb tack.
Yeah, really good tack, and it just shows why they are leading the race. You can see how flat they are able to keep the boat and power the boat.
And the switch from one side to the other by
phenomenal.
crew was so smooth.
See, here you can see the difference, how much struggle was there for the second boat.
Yeah, and even they're
Their
losing out on the power pointing.
Yeah,
much.
their angle is also bad, so clearly the reason why they are behind in the race. But 2, 3, 4 is a close race. You can see the second and third are fighting for the second position, with the outer boat having an advantage, especially in a 29er. It makes a huge difference. So let's see how does the first boat round. Oh, good rounding out there. The sail was out within 5 seconds. So
the gap is opening up as they're reaching close to the mark.
Yes, it was a good rounding by sail number 1, closely followed by the second boat, which is the Malaysian girls. So clearly Malaysian boys and girls are fighting it amongst themselves. But even the Indian sailor is quite close. They had a better hoisting, but are now struggling to power the boat.
Their spinnaker is twisted.
Yeah, it will take time for that to open up.
Got it.
They should just jibe at the moment. They will be able to catch the fleet. Instead of sailing this close reach. Oh, you can see the crew in the water. Wow. They should just jibe now. They should jibe. Oh. Clearly the Indian sailors didn't learn their lesson and are not watching the boat up ahead. The boat ahead of them struggled. And yet these guys have made the same mistake. So clearly we have sheeps out here following one another. In this third position they should have just jibed and would have gained.
Absolutely. And would have been the inner boat while rounding the next.
Yeah, inner boat. It does look like the other side is favorable. So, yeah. Look at this boat powering through, planing, with sail number 1 leading the race. The boys out there are doing really well, but they need to flatten the boat more. And if you notice, they are sitting all the way behind.
To
This is to ensure
bow
that
lifts
the
up.
bow lifts up, it's above the water, and they are able to get into the planing speeds and plane through. So here you need to be consistent, and the crew needs to be quick. So good performance out there by the sailors. This is the second race for the 29er, and if you look behind, there are two boats fighting it out there. Yes, this is the most interesting race to watch out for. These two are fighting for second position, with the inner boat having an advantage as they are sitting on the wind of the Malaysian sailors, but both these boats might be required to jibe. You can also see the Techno sailor casually sailing, and the Indian sailors have decided to jibe early. And now even the Malaysian girls are going to jibe. Oh, the Malaysian boys have also jibed. The whole fleet is deciding to jibe, and they're required to jibe because they sail close reaches. In 29er, often and not, most of the time you are going for speed, so you end up sailing close reaches even on the run.
They're so clear with the skills on jiving with the spinnaker as well.
100%. If they jibe now, they will be able to go for finish easily, but I think they are going to decide.
Yes.
At the moment, they should just put, or they might take the risk of going on a close reach. I don't know if they will have the angle. At this moment, it does look like they will be able to manage. Without any gust, they will be able to manage it. So good sailing out there by sail number 1 in 29er boys. These are the Malaysian boys. Good skill out there, and they clearly are dominating this fleet. You can see they have good 15-20 boat lengths lead on top of the fleet. They have managed to finish the race, and they're done with the race. And here we are waiting for the second and third boat to reach the mark. But if you also notice on the right, the race committee has given the start for Opti Green Fleet, second race for the day. Okay, here's the jibe from the Malaysian girls. Coming in hot are the Indian boys. They have jibed early. So let's see if they will be able to take advantage of this. That was a really good jibe by the Indian boys.
I think they will make it.
I think they will make it ahead of the Malaysian girls. So good job out there by the Indian boys. That if they would have done the same on the beat, they would have been first.
True.
To show that level of skill. So clearly their downwind is good, their upwind is bad, something that they need to work on. And the coaches will have a word with them post this race. But good sailing by all the 29er sailors out there.
Good close competition.
With that, we will be soon watching the Optis getting started with their race. The Opti Green Fleet has been to watch out for. The pack was close to one another, so they're being on par with one another, but the Malaysian sailor has been dominating. So let's see if he will be able to do well in the second race for the day.
Opti has always got the maximum amount of fleet size.
Yes, I mean, it is obvious though, because they are much more accessible nowadays. A lot more kids are taking it up. And a decent jibe by the last 29er. So with that, the race course would be clear for the Optis to go get racing.
Yeah.
There are only two
Sailing
techno sailors.
requires a lot of skills. I think even the school should start encouraging, this.
I think a lot of the schools, especially in Hyderabad, Chennai, are supporting the sport. I'm not too sure about Maharashtra. What is the scene right now?
Maharashtra, so far we haven't got any school support, but yes, I mean, I am trying to communicate with a couple of principals over there and try
But
to
it's
see
tough
how
to
we
make
can
them understand.
tie up.
Unless they go sailing on their own, they will never understand what.
So at Yachting Institution of Maharashtra, we are planning to invite all the principals and the teachers,
Oh,
sport
nice.
teachers and all.
But on what
And,
class of boat will they sail?
So we want to encourage Opti sailing from the grassroots. So for them, we will definitely have some keel boats to sail and race on, and later on convince them at the same time to get the small kids out on water and encourage them, because this is a brilliant sport which develops you to make a lot of decision at the very early age.
Rightly said, it's a sport that needs to be taken up early on so that you can develop those skills at the right age for the future, right? And most of the kids are doing that right now. Like, I think somebody was mentioning that one of the sailors is just 9 years old,
Yes.
and I think that's the perfect age to get going. And with the option of Green Fleet out here, it
She
is
recently started sailing, and then she's able to sail opti. She's able to sail surfing, surfboard, and she's able to sail EP.
that's really good. I mean, if she picks up these skills early on, by the time she reaches the age of 12 or 13, she will be in a good position and will be able to sail internationally as well.
Exactly. We actually want kids at the very early age so that we can, then target to be able to get Olympic medals as well.
Yes, I mean, Olympics still feels like a faraway dream, but we are able to at least send sailors to the Olympics. Last Olympics, we did manage to send 2 of the ILCA sailors,
Yeah.
and before that, we had 4 sailors who had made it to the Olympics. So at least now we are consistently able to send sailors to the Olympics. It's just matter of time. If we have the grassroots program,
Very true.
we will be able to produce medal as well. Nothing is impossible, but yeah, you need
Yeah.
everything starting right at the grassroots level. Even right now, you can see the Optis have started their race, and most of the fleet deciding to go from left to right. Most of them sailing on port tack and heading towards the right. I think it's a trick that we have seen even in the morning from the Opti boys race. With that, you can see the 420s being towed back to shore. So I think something broke for them.
Yeah. There is more wind.
But having said, let's try and follow the race. Let's see if we can pan the camera a little left to be able to track the Opti racing. We have the Sri Lankan sailor on the right, and as usual, the Malaysian sailor is on the left, sitting on top of the fleet. So right from the get-go, he is able to get a good start and dominate this fleet. So let's see if the Sri Lankan sailor will be able to challenge the Malaysian sailor for the win. Right now, both of these sailors look like they will open up from the fleet and will be having their own battle near the windward mark. So if you notice, the Malaysian sailor is struggling to keep the boat flat. Definitely there is a pressure out there, and
there
the
is much
sailor
more pressure on the right
is
side of the
losing
course.
out a little bit. The key would be to tack on the right shift here for these sailors to be able to come to the middle of the fleet. In the morning also, most of these sailors opted to go right, and the sailors who went complete right ended up losing out because of a wind shift. So in lake sailing, it is important to find those shifts and to make good use of them.
There is a lot of land bend and wind bends here.
Yeah, because of the
understanding
geography.
that is a
100%. Like, the geography out here does make it difficult to consistently focus on the shifts.
yeah. But if you understand the patterns over here, then I believe it becomes much easier for you to
Rightly
win
said.
over everyone.
But at the moment, it does look like the Malaysian sailor is doing well and leading the pack. He is right from the get-go covering the fleet. So it doesn't look like it's the first beat. It does look like it's the second beat, where he already knows who he wants to cover and how he wants to cover. And if you notice, he will go 4 boat lengths and tack again just to be on top of the fleet and be in the mix. See, I
So
told
in
you.
this kind of match, one bad tag can end you up losing a couple of boats because
Yes,
they're very
that's what
close.
is happening with the Sri Lankan sailor all the way on the right. But at the moment, he is able out with the Malaysian sailor. So both of them are quite close to one another. And the key would be to keep the boat as flat as possible. So the sailor, whoever keeps the boat flat, will have the best speed and will be able to take an advantage. So
Who is
both the
this ahead
sailors
of,
have tack,
Malaysia?
and that's a bad tack from the Sri Lankan sailor.
Okay.
But at the moment, it does look like he will be able to hold the position and will be in attacking match with the Malaysian sailor. So if the Malaysian sailor is smart, he should just get into attacking match with the Sri Lankan, and he will
And
be able
gain
to
over
cover
this.
up. Yes. So a good fight between the top 3-4, and just like how we saw in the first race, the pack is quite close to one another. So at least 7-8 boats are close to one another, and the positions are consistently changing, continuously changing over the period of this race.
Seems like majority of them pairing up with each other and just trying to compete.
So the Malaysian sailor has decided to tack and will have to duck the Sri Lankan sailor. Let's see if the Sri Lankan sailor decides to tack and follow the fleet. Yes, he does. So a good strategy there, but his tacking skill is not on point. He does keep losing out on angle. So clearly something that the coach need to speak to him about. His boat speed is good in this wind. The only struggle is his tacks.
Yeah.
So let's see if I can figure out who the Sri Lankan sailor is. 357, it is TM Anirudh from RCYC, and it is Mohammad Zulfan who is leading the race in Opti Green fleet. But there are two Sri Lankans in the mix. With sail 207, it is Dhiren Pereira, who is also doing really well and has now slowly come into the mix. So there are 3 or 4 boats fighting it out, fighting hard out there.
This is the last race of the day.
Is it?
Yeah.
So there are only going to be 2
three.
Opti?
This is the third race.
This is the third Opti
Yeah,
race, is
yes.
it? Okay, my mistake. So this is the third Opti race, and there are 2 Sri Lankan, 1 Malaysian and 1 Indian who are fighting it hard. So the Indian out there is Prince Dharampal, who we saw even in the last race was fighting with Mohammad Zulfan and lost out on the second beat. So his beat speed is good. I think his downwind skills are not the best. Right now he has much better boat speed when compared to the rest of the fleet. So clearly his speed right now is good. The Malaysian sailor decided to tack away and go more to the right. And good tack by Prince. And the whole fleet is now decided to go more right. So it's been a good tacking match between the 3. Oh,
So I think
it's a mistake.
keeping safety in consideration, the coach boaters are also getting into the course.
I mean, yes, but I don't think the coaches will be helping them. So
No, not at all. But that's again considering safety in mind.
yes,
They're
indeed.
trying to stay close to the fleet.
Yes, indeed. So right now it's a good matchup between the 3. Actually, in my view, Prince shouldn't have tacked underneath the sailor from Sri Lanka, Team Anirudh. Although he has been able to lee bow the Sri Lankan sailor, and at the moment the Sri Lankan sailor should have just tacked away and gone more right, tacked back onto the fleet. Like this, he is struggling. So he's done that, but he's done it too late, in my opinion. So it's not a good idea for him to tack underneath the other sailor. At the moment, the Indian boat Prince has a really good speed out there.
So both of them have got some diagonal crease on the sail. If they give slight spirit tension, they would be able to gain more on boat
Yes,
speed.
the spirit would make a huge difference at the moment. It will help you with the pointing. And right now, it looks like Prince has much better speed than Mohammad Zulfan. At the moment, if you were Mohammad Zulfan, what you would have done? Would you continue?
I would continue, but I would also at the same time try to just pull up my spirit a little bit more. And
Both mentally and physically.
yes.
But I think they are on the ley line, so there's not much that Mohammad Zulfan can do. But considering the situation, yeah, he could have tacked and tacked back. That could have been one of the options. But the way it is, it's better to just continue in Princess Dirties and round the mark and catch him on the downwind.
Is this
So
the
the-
mark they're rounding?
Yes, they are approaching the windward mark. And with that, Prince Dharampal will be rounding the mark first.
This is why the boat behind did not tag, because they were any which ways making the mark.
Making the mark, yes. But if you notice, see, here are the small differences between the the main fleet and the green fleet, right? The green fleet takes another 2.5 boat lengths to be able to get
The
get
center
onto
board
the
up.
run and center board up and getting all the settings, and they don't even touch the Spirit or
Yeah, they're not playing with that.
yeah.
Whereas the equipment
Whereas
are
the
very
main
friendly
fleet will
to, play, to
have
be able
all
to play.
these things going on. But Prince definitely is more confident in his skills. His center board is all the way up, and Mohammad Zulfan choosing not to. Closely followed by the third sailor from Sri Lanka, TM Anirudh, and the fourth sailor also from Sri Lanka, Dhiren Pereira. So 4 boats out there fighting it out, and let's see if we can take the camera more right to follow the Opti racing. Here are the top 2 sailors. So Prince is not really good in the downwind. Even in the first race, he was leading the race and ended up losing position to Zulfan. So Zulfan decided to jibe, has got onto the other jibe. Let's see what would Prince do. Will he jibe? Yes, he has decided to jibe. It was a good jibe, but you can see his Spirit is too tight for a downwind. And yeah, I think Mohammed is doing much better than Prince out here. Prince just trying to come up, take Mohammed off course, but it's not going to work out for him. He needs to loosen the sail a lot more and
His
try to sail
wind is
fast.
being covered now, so
Yeah. His center board also seems too high for my liking.
so the Malaysian
good
sailor
jibe.
jibed. What do you
Good
think is the
jibe
right
by-
thing to do?
At the moment, yes, because then he can starboard Prince and put him in an awkward situation. So it's going to be tough for Prince to hold his position. I think Zulfan will take this away. And at least Zulfan has decided to be the outer boat. And I think as he approaches the leeward mark, he will jibe and try to get into the inner boat situation. So at the moment, Prince is deciding to continue on this jibe and will opt to be the inner boat. And once he gets onto the beat, I think he's way more confident about his beat than his run. So clearly the first 2 are far ahead of the third boat.
Now, if the port boat's jibe becomes the leeward boat,
Yeah, that would
also
be
the inner boat.
Here is the rest of the fleet, and you can notice jury is closely monitoring their race to ensure it is all fair. So Sri Lankan sailor is actually catching up with the top 2 sailors. So the mix is going to be very interesting. So let's see if we can go on the right and see what is happening with the first 2 boats. Here we have the first 2 boats in the green fleet. It is Mohammad Zulfan versus
They need
Prince
more practice on
Dharampal.
kiting the boat.
Yeah, I mean these are green fleet
Green
sailors,
fleet,
so
yeah.
they're not kiting the boat. But here they are. Here you can see your techno sailors.
Yeah.
What do you think they can do better?
Yes, of course, they need to pump the sail continue so that they, keep up the speed and pointing.
So at the moment, because there's not a big
So this
fleet.
guy who is now sailing Arjun Marathe, last evening after leaving this venue, when he went to the room, he took a bath and he was like, he had the allergy reaction.
Oh.
He got swelling on his lower lip and full patches on the body.
My God, something not suiting him.
Yeah.
But right now, if you
So-
see Opti sailors, Prince was able to be the inner boat and maintain his position. And it is 1 loop, so I think they are going for the finish. So it's going to be just 1 loop finish. So the first would be Prince, followed by Mohammad Zulfan. Third would be 357. So let's see who is 357. 357 is TM Anirudh, closely followed by Dhiren Pereira. And then 902, Malaysia 902. Yeah.
Oh, they're pretty close.
So a good finish out there for Prince Dharampal, finishing first in the last opti race for the day.
So this is the first 29er with
This
the spinnaker.
is the first 29er, I guess. We'll have to. Yeah, this is the first 29er, clearly way ahead. And I think it is. Oh, it is. It's not sail number one. Sail number one is now rounding the mark. So it is the Malaysian girls who are leading the race.
Very good lead.
Yeah, it's a very good lead. They are in their own race at the moment. So clearly after the start they have done something right to be able to get this kind of a lead. And all they need to do is just jibe on the right time and they will finish first comfortably and not capsize. Oh, so close rounding out there. So the trick here is to bear down as much as possible before you get your sail up and running. And before you point up, you need the crew to be well settled. So here you can see the first boat with sail number 69. Let's see who is sail number 69 in 29er. It is Akash and Ruben who are doing extremely well. Sail number 69. So I thought it was Malaysian girls. It is not. It is Akash and Ruben who are doing extremely well. They are from TSC and they have a really good lead out here. And this just changes the dynamics because I thought the Malaysians were dominating. At the moment it does look like the two Indian sailors from Trishna Sailing Club, TSC, doing extremely well. Sail 69 is leading. I actually like the number. Bad joke out there. But with that, they are dominating this fleet. They have good 40 boat lengths lead. So, wow. They'll be really happy with this lead.
Yeah.
So with that, there's a close racing between the rest three boats. And with the sun setting, it does look beautiful to witness this race.
With bright blue colors.
Yeah, I cannot. Let's see if I can spot the next number. 87. So the second boat is the Malaysian girls, followed by the Malaysian boys, and last is Rudresh Singh Patil and Mayank Rajput from NSS. So the first is Akash and Ruben leading the race. They are in comfortable position. Oh, you can see one of the 29ers have capsized. These are...
I'm sure the fourth boat.
This is the fourth boat with white spinnaker. This is the boys from NSS who are now struggling. And in 29er, the worst thing that can happen is a capsize because on a downwind, because you first need to pull in your sail. You'll have
this
to...
capsize happened on downwind with the
yeah,
spinnaker
so you have to
on.
put the Jenica back in and then get into a situation. So you can see he's pulling the sail in. But the good part is one of the crew can be in the boat while uprighting the boat. Here the boys have decided otherwise, but normally if one of the crew or helm is heavy, you can let
That
one of
helps
your
to
crew.
balance the boat after recovering.
Yes. So recovery becomes easier.
So he jumps in the moment the boat gets little straight.
Yeah, here he'll just walk into the boat. So they'll have to go head to wind and then let's see if we can go to the finish. Here you can see sail number 69, Akash and Ruben heading for the finish. Oh no, not finish. They are going for the second beat. Wow, in the first beat itself they had such a massive lead.
Amazing.
Absolutely amazing performance out there by these two boys. They are dominating this race by good 40-45 boat lengths. So all they need to do is just sit on top of the fleet, sail the beat without capsizing, and they will take the victory home. So the second is Malaysian girls, closely followed by the Malaysian boys. A good rounding needed from the girls to be able to hold their position.
So this is the second boat. rounding the mark.
So 29er 350 is again underway. They have the white spinnaker. They are far behind. Let's see if they will be able to catch up. The 29er boys are now rounding.
Now these Opti sailors are all at ease, I suppose. They're looking so cool.
Yeah, now the Opti, since the race is done, they are heading back.
is Rudresh and Mayank from NSS.
Sail number 69 boys are leading the race, and they have really good lead out here. So I think they'll take this victory. Here is the last boat in 29er fleet, sail 350 from NSS Bhopal, Rudresh and Mayank. So they have a long way to go in this race if they want to finish. They have to finish this downwind, then go on an upwind. With that, this is the first boat leading the race, the last race of the day for 29ers. Sail number 69. This is Akash and Ruben with a comfortable lead. They have good 20-25 boat lanes lead, so I think they had a brilliant start and they went to the right side of the course, which gave them a massive lead. Clearly the Malaysian sailors opted to do something else. So the 29er sailors are keeping the boat flat and maintaining their speed. You can also see the jury boat. So these are the last boats out there. Even the techno sailors are coming back, as I can see. One is close to the shore here.
Yeah.
Is he planning to get onto the land from here itself, or?
Seems to be tired, extremely tired.
He is tired. Tacking has become a challenge. Poor guy. Here you can see the Malaysian girls sailing the 29er. They are flat out there and are able to maintain their speed. So in 29er the interesting bit is that the crew normally handles the mainsail and the helm handles the jib. Unlike any other boat, here it is opposite. So the crew tends to play around with the main sheet on the beat, and then they switch right at the mark rounding when the helm takes over. I like the fact that I've sailed all these classes of boat except techno, so
Achha,
that's
is it?
next on my list. So here you can see sail number 69 has opted to come all the way left onto the course, hitting the ley line, and now will be going all the way right. So a simple strategy for them because they don't have any close competitor. So all they need to do is maintain speed. And actually the girls are also closely following them. So they are not trying anything different. The whole fleet is actually opting to do the same. They are going all the way left. As you can see on water, actually there is a lot of pressure on the left. So hence all of them opting to come all the way left and then tacking and going for the ley line. Oh, these boys are doing something. Something is off. Even with that lead, I don't know what happened. The boys are struggling now. There was something off. But luckily they have good leads, so they are able to get back racing. You can
this
see the amount of
boat
hard
is
work
not
that
able
is
to
required.
Point. This boat is going so low.
See here, if you see, the jib is too tight. So
Yeah.
he does need to ease the jib
So
a
he's
little.
trying to pinch up. That's
Yeah.
why he's not able.
So pinching in this class of boat doesn't really help. So you need good speed, and the winds are challenging because it is constantly swinging because of all the obstacles on land. So the geography makes it little difficult for these sailors to be consistent in their speed. You can see the
how much
amount
they're losing.
he had to bear off. So it's a challenging condition out there for the skiff. Oh, you can see the crew really struggling, and the crew is in the water. My God, it is tough. It is tough for these boys. They are not able to assess the.
So the synchronization of the sail, the main sheet, and the rudder is going off. That's why they're not able to balance it well.
So the crew is not able to pull the main sheet continuously in these conditions where it is unpredictable. One of the options could have been that the helm can take over the sheet. So here the first boat is rounding the windward mark with a comfortable lead, with a good rounding. Yes, I think he needs to bear down a little more to be in a comfortable spot.
This was pretty slow.
I mean, they can afford to be slow. See, this is why I was saying, because there is pressure, you need to be a lot more down. So you need to bear
and
down,
then pull
kill
up
the
and
power,
come
and then
close.
pull up and go. So most of these young sailors don't understand that in these classes of boat, right at the mark rounding, you should bear down as much as possible, because you have the wind from the behind. It is a little slower, but it is way more comfortable for the crew.
To hoist the
If you
spinnaker
try and
subtly.
power the boat a lot earlier, it becomes difficult for the crew to maintain balance as well as pull up the sail. So you should bear down as much as possible.
So we've gone drone shots now. Huh?
Yes, we finally have drone shots. So the wind is a little lower. What a beautiful shot. So with that, the Malaysian girls have rounded the windward mark and will be now heading for their finish. But actually they have been able to catch up with the first boat. If they decide to jibe now, they can do a tactical play. They can do 2 jibes and so, I mean, I don't understand why the boys are deciding to. Maybe their race is ending there. Have they decided to shorten the course? Oh no, they have not. So the boys coming all the way till the shore and jibing. They want to make it in one jibe. And the girls smartly have jibed beforehand. So they are going to cover up a bit of lead. So good racing out there from the 29er sailors. It looks extremely beautiful to see both the boats. But at the moment it does look like sail number 69 has an advantage. But the girls are coming in hot on the windward side and might catch up with these boys. So the Malaysian girls doing extremely well. Here you can see the boys flat out planing, and they are actually sailing close reach to just to cover up with the girls. Girls actually powering through and have been able to catch up a lot more with the boys. Earlier sail number 69, which is Akash and Rubin, had a huge lead. Look at the drone shot, beautiful. You can see these boys planing and coming in hot for the finish. Now all they need to do is to ensure that they do not capsize and they will have a comfortable finish. They will be discussing their strategy on whether would they want to pull the spinnaker down or here's a jibe, a bit of a nose dive out there for these sailors. So he needed to bear off a bit in the jibe. But still good control. They have jibed again. So they are able to hold their position. And with their weight and height, they have got a better line of speed and they will be able to hold their angle till the finish. So the boys clearly deciding to finish with the kite up and they are pointing extremely high. The girls coming in hot and are jibing, but I think they will put the Jeneker down. They have overshot. And with that, Akash and Ruben have finished the race, whereas the girls are struggling. They need to bring the Spinnaker down and finish the race. They still haven't finished their race. They need to get the sail down. Let's see if the boys will be able to catch up with them. So the girls have to go around and finish. They still haven't finished, so they are struggling clearly. They have to come back all the way. Meanwhile, let's see if the third boat will be able to catch up with them. Clearly the girls had enough and more lead, but the boys will pretty soon be there. The Malaysian boys are now approaching the leeward mark. So let's see if the girls will be able to finish ahead of them. At the moment it does look like they will be able to, because the boys are not coming in fast. Can we go to the finish? Let's see if we can go to the finish. And the girls have finished the race. So these were Malaysian girls, Noor Izani and Anya Zulaika. So with that, the Malaysian boys will also be finishing soon. Mohammad Hamzi and Alif Noor bin Amzi from MSN. This is the last boat out there, sail number 350, Rudresh and Mayank Rajput. And with this visual, I think I'll leave you with this beautiful visual. This was the last race for the day. With that, it comes to an end. Day 1 of racing is coming to an end of the Northeast Regatta 2026, the 4th edition. We are going to be signing off, and this was Abhimanyu commentating, and with this visual I'll leave you and see you tomorrow for day 2 of the 4th YI Northeast Regatta 2026 at Umiam Lake, hosted by Umiam Sailing Club in power with the Malaysian government. Thank you and have a good evening.
पैकअप कर सकते हो आप उनके विजुअल्स के बाद.